I want everyone to understand how evil Canada is. So I'm asking Steve. Steve, how do you not know about the genocide or cultural genocide of the Indigenous people of Canada? Right? And he goes, I don't know anything about it. And I was like, what do you mean? Did they not teach you this in school? And tell them what you told me.
They don't. They teach us American history.
Yeah. You know why Canadians think they're so much fucking better than everyone? Because they're always talking shit about America. Never acknowledging their own. They're like, look at all these bad indecent actions. Yeah, I was literally watching people talk about that fucking debate. They're like, oh, you know, America has still done worse. It's like, yeah, sure we have. All we did was unintentionally spread a bunch of diseases, and you know, a lot, you know, like millions of indigenous people died. Look, but it was then I guess we did the same thing Canada did, but still, how dare Canada not acknowledge to their students the shit that they have done?
The most they'll tell us about Canada is just like, yeah, when it was founded, that there was Aboriginal people at one point, and the fur trade or some shit that we did with America. I think that was actually America. I don't even think that was Canada. So I don't know. And we only got to take one credit. So like you just get through it, you get 50%. You don't even need 60%. And then you're good to go. You never need to think about history ever again.
I am just outraged by everything you are telling me. Your entire country is a lie. It's a fraud. It's a fraud
listen
on
to
everything.
The national anthem every day. Sometimes they do it in surfer voices to mix it up a bit.
Actually, that sounds fun.
Yeah, okay, acapella surfer people.
So I want to show you guys something. This is before we start the stream. I want to talk about this thing I saw on Twitter today, and look at this shit, man. Tim Drake's gay now. DC Comics has their fingers on the pulse of the fandom. So like I saw this and I was like, I'm done. I'm fucking done with DC. Right?
Oh, is Tim Drake a fictional character, Crow?
Tim Drake is the third Robin in Batman.
When you said this in DMs, I thought you meant a real person. And
you thought when I told you Robin is gay now, you thought I was referring to someone named Robin.
Yeah, I thought you meant like Tony Robbins or someone is gay now.
What are you fucking smoking today?
Because we're talking about like politics. I don't know. My brain's not processing things right. I thought Tipster was tweeting about Ethan Ralph, and I don't know. He wasn't.
What the fuck is Tipster and Ethan involved in this?
Nothing at all.
Oh my god!
I totally misread something.
Yeah, you totally misread everything. I said DC made Robin gay. And what, you thought Washington, D.C. made a person named Robin gay? What, you think they used a fucking gay radar on him and then hit him with a gay beam? And now he likes dudes?
See the DMs. Let me see what the DMs were exactly.
Read the fucking DMs. Read them. What the fuck, man?
Let me find
all I said, also Robin is gay now. So that was on me, I guess.
Yeah, also Robin is gay now.
Tyler McKillop. When will Crow finally become a hot tub streamer? When I have 100,000 subs, I will stream from a fucking hot tub. Actually, we went to the state fair and we were looking at hot tubs. And I was like, there's some really good deals. And we're like,
how much does a hot tub go for these days?
Depending on what kind you want. Like, there are some. The one I liked was about 9,000.
What?
Yeah, well, because it has a whole recliner that you can sit down in. I'm sure you can find a better deal for it. But then they have like these massive ones with an actual like workout pool, and they're like 23 grand.
Yeah, I would never drop that much on a fucking hot tub.
I dropped 9. I dropped 9. They have small
on a pool. I think to put water in.
I would drop 9 on a hot tub with like massagers and shit. Yeah. But they have smaller ones for like 5,000. It's just they don't look as comfortable. I'm like, if you're talking about already spending thousands, I assume that you should just get what you want, though.
But I would probably spend only up like max 3,000. Is there any hot tubs for $3,000?
I mean, probably. Maybe you can find like a used one or something.
I'm thinking, maybe.
Yeah, I just mean like it. I think I want to get that for Jasmine as like a anniversary thing in a year or so.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Probably like that.
Okay, so let's just go back into this. So do you know, I know you don't really read comics, but you know who Robin is, right?
Yeah, it's Batman and Robin, yeah?
Batman and Robin. Tim Drake is the third Robin. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, Tim Drake is a long time established comic book character. And he has a whole relationship with Stephanie Brown in the comics, right? They've been on and off together for a very long time in the comics. Stephanie Brown became Batgirl at one point. In current DC, she is Spoiler, and their relationship is a very key part of both of those characters, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, it's not like Tim Drake is like a brand new character that they've just introduced recently, right?
It'd be like making Spider-Man gay, and I'm guessing getting rid of Mary Jane or making Mary Jane a dude. It would be like kind of a comparison here.
More like making Spider-Man gay and then just kind of writing off the entire established relationship with Mary Jane.
Oh,
yeah.
Why?
And then just having
gay then if you're not gonna have
and then just have Spider-Man hooking up with some random guy on the street.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's really fucking weird. Like I mean, I want to be very fucking clear, right? If you want like gay characters in comics, I don't fucking care, right? Do that right, okay? There are gay fucking comic book superheroes, okay? Night Thrasher is one of them. That dude's fucking actually really fucking cool. But when you take someone who is already established, right, who has a long history, okay, and you say, okay, now we're just gonna make him gay to hit a fucking little checkbox and please some weirdos on fucking Twitter.
Yeah, you gotta do that nowadays.
Yeah, I don't like why. Like seriously, fucking why? Okay, and you know it's not like it's like when they did Iceman. It's not like in comic books you never hear what the characters are thinking, right? So this could have always been who Tim Drake was. Comic books are a medium where you can actually hear the inner thoughts of the fucking characters. Okay, so this is just
they just make a new Robin to do that too.
I mean, you could do that too. You could introduce another character of the Bat family who's gay. Like you can do that. Sure. There have been several additions to Batman's universe throughout the years, right? Like Tim Drake was one of those additions. Damian Wayne, all these additional characters. Barbara Gordon, Stephanie Brown. These Cassandra Cain. It's always been something where you can, if you want, introduce a new character and make them gay. Batwoman. Kate Kane. Yeah, Batwoman's a lesbian in the comics. Kate Kane, right? And I think her story's been done very well, right? But this shit is like, it's just fucking gross to me, right? Imagine if a writer for Night Thrasher, right? Night Thrasher has been a long-established gay character. Imagine if just to fuck with people, Ethan Van Sciver got hired by DC, okay? And they give him Night Thrasher, and in the first issue, he sets up Night Thrasher being into women and not actually being gay anymore. People will be like, "Why are you fucking doing this?" Okay?
Can't you have like can he come out as gay? Be like, be with this woman, and then be like, you know what? I've thought about it, and I'm not into this. I'm gonna come out as gay. That, or at least that would be like, instead of just ignoring everything from before, right?
I mean, I think that's essentially what they're doing, right? They're
he's like, look at my outfit. Wasn't it obvious? Like,
yeah, I mean, they got right. There you go. And they draw them like such fucking twinks too.
So is this what the comic book world's like now, Crow?
Yeah, this is what the comic book world is like now.
I'm kind of glad I never got into comics.
Yeah, I don't fucking blame you, right? Like, I mean, it's so fucking weird to me because the main critique that most people have when you do this shit is you're taking someone who's already established. You're basically saying, well, I want them to be gay now because I want gay representation. Well, if you want that, then make a gay character people like, and then that will represent that community if that's what you want, right? But you taking an obviously straight character, right? A new writer gets a hold of it and then says, okay, they're gay now. It's really kind of fucking gross and offensive. It really fucking is. Okay. because like I just like, and look at someone actually clipped some of the comments people made about this shit. I just want to see if I can find.
I think it's lazy at best, you know.
Here we go. Look at some of these replies to this shit, right? They don't fucking even know who Tim Drake is. I mean, look at this statement. We won, everyone. DC Comics for once were not cowards. What? I mean, what? Oh, they're not being cowards. I'm what? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's so stunning and brave that you went with some fucking weirdos on Twitter and the shit that they're always telling you to fucking do, and doing something that you'll never be fucking criticized for, except by people who actually enjoy fucking comics. DC doesn't fucking. I want them to fucking die. I want them to fucking die. I want DC to fucking die off. Like, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I'm done with taking established characters and deciding that you're going to completely warp their fucking personalities to fit some dumbass fucking narrative. I don't want them supported in any way, shape, or form. I said on Flash's stream on Saturday that the Suicide Squad comic, right? The most recent one, I was enjoying it, right? The new Black Label Suicide Squad, because there's another one that features Red Hood. I was like, okay, I like that, right? I want to see what happens, okay? I'm not picking up another fucking issue. I'm done. I give up, right? You have no respect for these fucking characters. You don't. And these are the people you're fucking pleasing, right? To finally doing what we've been waiting years for, right? What do you fucking mean? You've been waiting specifically for DC to turn straight characters gay? That's what you've been fucking waiting for? What the fuck is wrong with
That's what their whole mission's been, apparently. And finally, they weren't cowards and they did it. Which, okay.
Like, what about
Why
this?
Is it so important that Robin's gay? I mean, like, I didn't even know Robin had a love interest. I thought he was gay for Batman. So, like,
well, Steve, you're just a fucking idiot. So shut up.
Well, and Superman, gets his powers from the sun?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah,
See, I'm learning.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Why has our generation come to this? It's depressing. Thank you for the super chat, Zombie. Look, you know why? Honestly, the writer for that fucking book, he probably wants a TV deal. He wants a movie. He wants to be acknowledged for his bullshit fucking comic and then get a TV show. You see this shit all the fucking time with these people. They don't care about the characters. They don't care about the fucking comic. They don't care that they're just hemorrhaging fucking viewers. If they can get one TV show deal out of it, they'll whore every fucking character out. They'll make Superman and Batman fuck if it means they can get it put on TV. They don't fucking care.
Is this just the new generation, Crow? Maybe that's what the Zoomers want. They just want, like, gay people.
Obviously not, because they're not picking up the fucking comics either. All this shit does is just chase the fucking readers out. They're actual fans of the fucking characters. They're not bringing in new audiences. They don't have sales.
No sales.
Oh, no, they don't get, like, nobody is picking this shit up, right? Nobody picks this shit up anymore.
So like, as Tim Pool would say, go woke, go broke.
I mean, look, the thing is, DC and Marvel are basically relying on TV shows and movies and using the comics as like an IP mill for new movies and TV shows. That's essentially all the fucking comics are now. So the problem is, I thought Suicide Squad was a great movie, right? The recent one that just came out.
Oh, okay.
It's legitimately a great movie, okay? And nobody went to go see it in theaters. Like, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. What I mean is, it's not hitting even the lowest of projections for it, right? That's a bad sign.
Though, right?
Huh?
Isn't COVID like a problem that they also released? Well,
COVID is another problem. They released it digitally. But what I'm saying is, it's not generating the revenue that it used to. Same thing with Black Widow, right? But sure, yeah, Black Widow sales are bad. It's available on streaming, but COVID was like, I'm not going to say COVID was gone, but a lot of the restrictions around COVID were gone when Black Widow came out. And Disney was charging,
used to just kind of staying in.
Well, that's fine, but Disney was charging $30 to watch Black Widow at home. It was cheaper to go to the movie theaters.
How much is a ticket per person though? If you're going with like
$15.
So 2 people, if you wanted to go 3 people, it'd be cheaper to just sit at home and watch it, pay for the one thing.
I mean, I guess you are correct there. But what I'm saying is, it's like when Godzilla versus Kong came out, Godzilla versus Kong was available. You could watch it on HBO Max. You didn't have to pay any extra money. And it did gangbusters at the box office, right? It's outpaced all these fucking movies. So COVID is a factor, right? But I think your other problem is the MCU is probably I don't know which Sen is the real Sen.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just have them both on here, and when one of them speaks, I'll kick the other.
One's video, one's audio.
Yeah, something like that. But my point is, comic movies are not generating the same amount of revenue that they were just a couple of years ago. MCU basically, after Infinity War, after Endgame, there's been like this massive drop off of fans because, we lose Iron Man, we lose Captain America, Black Panther's dead, right? Because what happened with the actor died.
Oh,
yeah.
I think I do remember that actually.
Yeah, Black Widow's dead. The only original Avengers that are remaining are Hulk, who's not the same anymore, Thor, who's not the same anymore, and fucking Hawkeye, who was never really that big of a character in the movies, right? So at this point, like, nobody's really picking this shit up. It's kind of sad, really. Okay, I honestly don't know what's going on with Sen, but he's like trying to connect and shit.
My fucking connection is really bad. Can you hear me?
Are you on a phone?
We can hear you now.
Are you into a face reveal?
Yeah, I'm on the phone because no, I'm on the phone because what do you call it? I'm at work, but I wanted to know. Wait, what the fuck? I wanted to know, fucking why so fucking.
Dude, you gotta think. Oh wait, what happened?
I don't fucking know. Sen, just say it in the fucking chat, and I'll answer it. Okay, so listen. I see this as being a major problem for comics because they've relied so heavily on the movies and the TV shows. And the TV shows, some of them are still good. A lot of them are just failing miserably. Some of the movies are great. Others are failing miserably. But there's a dying off of interest in comic book movies, right? It is starting to happen, okay? So when that goes away, the comic books themselves are going to be completely fucking bankrupt, right? There's no reason. There's literally no reason to keep picking up fucking comic books. The authors for the comics don't care about the fucking characters. They don't care about the fans of the characters. They're basically just, oh man, wouldn't it be great if I made these people gay and then I can be someone who's promoting a gay superhero, because gay superheroes, that's what Hollywood wants. Netflix wants a special of a lesbian superhero with her fucking girlfriend, and we need to give them masculine fucking macho man bodies for female positivity, right? I'm just saying, it's
no.
Oh, fucking He-Man. Fucking He-Man, Tila. Yeah. Like, I'm being a little facetious and hyperbolic. Don't get me wrong. But I see the death of comic books coming because the people that are in that industry right now are just massacring the medium. They really are. If you want a good story, right? I hear all this hatred from comic book professionals towards Comicsgate. And I go, why? Seriously, why? You don't want them in your fucking industry. You hate them. You call them all sorts of fucking names. Why not just let them have their fucking thing? No, but they can't let them have that, right? Then you have other comic book pros begging for money on social media, right? Mags is a transgender comic book professional who has seriously gotten more fucking books canceled that she's even fucking written. And she always gets a new project. Right? Why? Now she's on fucking social media begging for fucking money, right? These dumbasses literally tried to argue that because of COVID, nobody was reading comic books anymore. I'm sitting there going like, what do you fucking mean? Everybody was stuck at home.
Comic books, yeah,
exactly. Exactly. You know how much fucking manga I was reading during COVID? A fuck ton. You know, I went back and I read all my old fucking comic books because I had nothing more. I couldn't fucking go out of my house.
Yeah,
these people like literally tried to these people literally tried to fucking argue that people weren't reading comic books because they were stuck at home. And I'm like, that is the perfect fucking time. You people are fucking stupid as shit. It's like Amazon arguing, oh, because of COVID, nobody was ordering packages. Yeah, like, Amazon did fucking gangbusters. I don't know what the fuck you people are on, but like, yeah, comic books should have been flying off the shelves during the pandemic. Except they're not going to. They're never going to. Because the hardcore fans for comics have literally been called all kinds of fucking names, right? They've chased this new audience, right? They chase this new audience that doesn't want to support them. They want a virtue signal on social media and talk about, oh, I love the fact that you turned Iceman, a character from the fucking 60s, gay all of a sudden. That was awesome. How progressive, Marvel. Did you buy the fucking issue? Oh, no, I don't have money for that.
We're just happy. We're just happy.
We're just really happy. We're gonna tell everybody how fucking great it is. Will you support it with your dollars? What dollars? What do you mean?
All my dollars
I have to read the book too.
I don't like. That's where my dollars go.
So now you have like EVS, right? Does Cyberprog Blood Honey and everything, right? And just does fucking gangbusters. These comic book pros are dying, begging for fucking cash. Meanwhile, you have independent comic creators just funding themselves on Kickstarter, GoFundMe, right? And before someone goes, well, oh, they're begging for money too. Well, stop. They're not being backed by a major publishing company that's literally paying for the fucking books that are being written. They're doing it themselves. Right? So you have people willing to go and fucking support them. Maybe when the fucking movies are finally fucking dead and gone, right? Maybe when the fucking comics are finally fucking done, right? Maybe fucking then, we'll have somebody actually buy out these fucking industries that care about the fucking property and want to revitalize them. Because nothing else is going to fucking matter at this point. You're not going to fucking change them. They don't fucking care. The books don't sell. They get canceled all the time. And their solution is just to go ahead and do it all over again tomorrow. And it happens over and over and over and over again.
There's going to be like a comic book crash, like there's a video game crash.
The comics have already crashed. Right? They literally tried to hide behind fucking manga sales and say that comics have never been in a better position. I'm like, no, you don't get to fucking hide behind manga and claim that, oh, look at all these graphic novel sales. Yeah, they're all from Japanese creators. And again, occasionally there's a book that comes out that generates a lot of interest, right? The Last Ronin, right? The Mighty Morphin series, okay? But those are not your fucking Marvel and DC properties. Nobody fucking wants to go and fucking... man, it's just... Dude, Rusty Cage's comic is fucking amazing. Go support it. Absolutely. Support it. Tell everybody about it, right? Tell everyone to go support the creator. That's what you need to do. Like, if you find something that you love that's separate from these other assholes, fucking tell everyone to go support it. I'm personally, as much as I might like one or two books that DC puts out, I'm not going to fucking buy it. Because I don't want them thinking that because I bought one book, that means I support them maligning another fucking character that I love. These people are fucking gross, I swear to God. And I look forward to the day that comics fucking die, crash out, and all of these assholes that have completely botched the fucking medium are out on the fucking poorhouse.
Tell them, Crow.
Do you agree with what I said? What did you say, Zombie Fox? I was ignoring the chat for a second. Your super chat. The one thing I've learned as of recently is that big companies and YouTube only care what they think people want to see, but not what people actually want. I think with YouTube, it's more of a case where they think that their way is how it should be for everyone, right?
Well,
YouTube believes
money.
Well, yeah, they do. But I think the other problem with YouTube is it's so easy for someone to start like a harassment campaign to get something canceled. And YouTube does not want to deal with, all these media outlets calling them out as being racist and bigots and everything. So they take these heavy-handed actions against content creators, right? And we've seen that happen with Fox, right? When they went after Steven Crowder. based on the shit that Carlos Maza was doing. Nobody on YouTube really fucking gave a shit, right?
No.
But
they don't want their platform associated with that. You know?
Exactly.
So they got to demonetize them to set a precedent, or else the advertisers are going to get cold feet, and they're going to be another apocalypse, and that shit's going to go crazy. It's going to be bad for everyone. So if there's a problem, they'll just shut a guy down.
I mean, it's easier for YouTube to do that. But also, I do think YouTube feels that their politics and their ideas are the best too. So obviously, they favor people that share those ideas, right? I think that's the other. I think that's the other thing when it comes to YouTube. When it comes to the big companies like Marvel and DC, it's literally not that, right? It's literally not that. It's quite frankly, they think, right? when it comes to comics.
Wait, you got a haircut, Crow?
No, I just my hair's just wet. See?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's just okay.
What saying in the chat?
Oh, okay. No, my hair's just wet. Not wet, but damp, I guess. Whatever. When it comes to these comic book professionals, specifically writing the comic books, their goal is just to get a TV show. That's what they fucking want. Right? Because if they can get a TV show, if they can get a movie, they've made it big, right? They've made it big. Yeah, it's more fucking money for them, right? And fame. Money and fucking fame. Okay?
Greenlit projects, bigger budgets to do more shit with, more movies.
Yeah, so they preach to the same shit that people in Hollywood preach to, right? They try to act like fucking Hollywood does. And it's fucking annoying because they're smug. They're smug as all fucking get out. They think that they're better than other people, right? They ignore their fans. They call them toxic. They call them fucking Russian bots, all sorts of fucking random shit. They call them bigots. I can't remember.
Shit.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the actual comic book professional that did this, but there's a YouTuber called Just Some Guy. He's a black kid from fucking Chicago. And I've been told he's bisexual. I think that's true, but I've never really spoken with the guy myself, so I don't want to speak to that so much. But he called him a white supremacist. And I'm like, all he was doing was criticizing your trash fucking book. And you called him a white supremacist. You called a black kid a white supremacist. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I sit there and I look at that shit. And this is what the fucking comic industry is. I want them to fucking die. I want them fucking gone. I don't want anyone supporting them anymore. I'm not going to support it anymore. I've been reading even the Spider-Man comic. I'm not putting my money behind it anymore. I want mainstream comics to fucking die, be done with. I put my money behind Comicsgate now. Everybody else should. No, seriously.
I know what that means. What do you mean?
Comicsgate is literally just independent comic creators who self-fund and self-publish, right?
Okay. No, that's good then. It sounds a lot worse than I didn't know it was that.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big thing.
No. I put my money behind those people, right? Because they clearly care about their properties, right? Because that's all they have, right? Before I put it behind these major fucking companies that don't give a shit what I think anyways, right? They don't give a shit what I think. They don't give a shit if I don't give them fucking money. They're writing off TV shows. They're writing off fucking movies. And as their books get canceled and get criticized, they just keep pumping them fucking out.
So this minority LGBT member had a critical opinion of a comic changing someone's sexual identity.
He criticized
a white supremacist.
He criticized a comic. I can't remember who the creator specifically was, but I remember it's a white guy just because it made it even more funny.
White guy calling a black minority. Yeah.
yeah, right. But and that's the thing, they're the worst fucking people you will ever fucking run into. Anyways, I just wanted to bring this up. I'm not supporting anything from fucking DC. I don't care if they come out with the most badass fucking Batman story. I love Batman. I don't care if they come up with the most badass fucking Spider-Man story. I just want them to fucking die at this point. It's not fucking worth it to me. I even said
oh no.
I just want them to be fucking done with. I don't want people supporting them. I don't want to see them getting any fucking money. I hope these authors go fucking broke while they chase after fucking Hollywood money. right? You've ruined these fucking characters. You don't give two shits what the fans actually have to say, and all you do is satisfy weirdos on Twitter who time and time and time again never support your fucking projects.
That's the people you want,
right?
Ones who don't pay for your shit.
What? Yeah, right.
Ones who don't pay for your shit.
Those are the best.
Best target demographic, you know.
Yeah, I see. We got to talk about this fucking Serfs debate. So
yeah, teach me about my homeland, Carl.
Your homeland sucks, and you abuse indigenous people.
Apparently, not me personally, just the white man, right?
Wait, what?
The white man in Canada abuses the natives. Is that what we're going with? Is that what my countries did?
Yeah, I want to. Okay, let me pull this up from the Serfs. All right. Okay, so usually, and I see people in debates do this all the time. They highlight their like strongest fucking time where they fucking got someone as like a teaser for what's going to happen in the debate. His teaser for his like big highlight fucking moment is literally the last fucking minute of the debate.
Who is that person in the middle? Is that a guy or a girl?
That person's name is Dylan. Okay. I believe that they identify as a man. I don't know anymore today. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm pretty sure though.
That's an interesting choice of outfit. I just gotta say.
I guess so. Dylan is the one in the middle. And I don't have an opinion on it. Dylan is the one in the middle. He's doing the he's the moderator. Okay. Mm-hmm. To his left is Counterpoints, and to his right is Lauren Southern. Right. These two individuals are presenting the kind of like conservative argument here. Okay. And the two people at the bottom on the left is Lance of the Serfs. And to his right, okay, this is actually kind of funny. Maybe I should start by just showing you something that you'll fucking die when I tell you what happened. So I think it's Tale of Twin Rabbits was his YouTube name. Yeah, Tale of Twin Rabbit. Okay. Let me just show this to you guys before we jump into the debate. So if you look up Tale of Twin Rabbit, which was his YouTube name, nothing comes up anymore, right? It's like where'd the YouTuber go? Okay, I believe he's still on Twitch, but this is the Tale of Twin Rabbit YouTube account.
How many subs did he have before?
I don't know. He has 3.81 thousand now, so he's not like a big time YouTuber or anything like that. But after this debate, this guy got his ass handed to him so fucking hard. He deleted all the videos on his YouTube channel and changed his channel name.
Nice.
Yeah. That's good job. He got fucking destroyed, and it was fucking amazing to watch. What am I fucking?
But they're still like playing this video off as if they won. Is that what we're about to witness here?
No, nothing like that. Lance is still playing it off as he won, right? Because Lance is not a bright or intelligent individual by any stretch of the fucking imagination. In fact, he tried to pick fights after the debate with people where he continued to get fucking destroyed. Destiny covered it, and Destiny was fucking roasting him, which is funny because like Lance and a lot of these, so Breadtubers, I guess, are like fucking left-wing political YouTubers that like to do the debates and everything. I mean, Destiny's kind of the guy that, to my understanding, brought that all to the table, right? Before, yeah. Destiny is the one that basically made this whole thing big, right? And when Destiny first started, Destiny wasn't a very good debater either, right? He got fucking destroyed by Sargon in a debate, but then became progressively much better, right? And the other thing about Destiny is he won't fight for a position that's indefensible. So like when the Kyle Rittenhouse thing came out, he debated Vaush, and since they both had a left-wing audience, Destiny was getting roasted by his own audience. He was like, fuck the audience. I'm not going to fucking sit here. And like Vaush literally said, if you're 17, right? and you flee, and you're being chased by a grown-ass man with a bottle, right? You should take the fucking beating. You don't have a reasonable fear for your safety.
That's
right?
what Vouch said.
Yeah. And his audience is fucking agree with Vouch. He's like, you guys are fucking idiots. This is indefensible. And even Vouch was like there was so much shit there that was just fucking great to watch. But Destiny fucking roasted Lance. Diorio was talking about this shit on Twitter. Diorio was showing clips where Lance ducked out of a second debate because of the shit he pulled at the end of this one, where he agrees to do a second debate, then he ducks it. Diorio clips him ducking it, and then he calls out Diorio and specifically calls out Destiny and somebody else for promoting that clip. And fucking Diorio roasts him again. Like, the guy just takes L after fucking L after fucking L. It's embarrassing. And he's so fucking smug the entire time, right? It's like that, there's this meme, right? It's this little comic. And it's this guy, he's in a crowd, he pisses his own pants, everyone around him starts laughing, and then you see a close-up of his face, and he's like, rent-free. It's like, he's the living embodiment of that fucking meme. He pisses his own pants, gets laughed at, and then sits there and thinks that it means he won something. It's really fucking embarrassing.
Liam Neeson. That's what Liam Neeson does.
Hold on one second. My wife is calling me. You entertain the audience. You talk to them about your disgusting history in Canada.
My Canada is my country, Canada, is a terrible place, apparently, that did terrible things. And, yeah, I don't know what they are because they won't tell me most of the time. Yeah, I don't know much about these guys either, the Serfs or Lord Southers. But what Crow's saying, it sounds kind of interesting, so hopefully that's good. I don't know if any of you guys in chat know anything about this.
Canada sucks. I think we can all agree.
Yeah, it's no good here.
All right, so I'm going to speed up the debate as we're watching it.
And then turning the whole thing around to suddenly say that you're going to rebrand yourself as this wonderful new centrist and everything's wonderful and that you write children's books now and it's all ooh-woo and everything's good now and nothing bad ever happened. I think if you wanted to achieve restorative justice when it came all of this stuff, then what you had to do was simply acknowledge any of the bad things you've done in the past, but you haven't. So I don't think the idea of you now doing this rebranding tour is anything more than you just seeing the writing on the wall. That's ultimately what this all is. You knew what was happening to your peers, and you were smart enough and astute enough to walk away from it.
You're such a bitch, Lance.
Okay. Bring it up. Well, Let's go.
Okay, so that was his teaser for the fucking debate, right? So you sit there and you think, oh, wow, maybe Lance actually, like, fucking started calling her out and shit, right? Maybe it's going to turn to fucking internet blood sports, right? Maybe he finally fucking got Lauren on something.
This is a 2-hour debate.
It's a 2-hour fucking debate. Do you know when that clip is from?
I don't know. No, I don't. The end?
It's from the absolute very fucking end of the debate, right? They're supposed to be giving out their closing statements, and Lance dropped that on Lauren after they all said that they needed to leave.
Yeah, that's probably why she called him a little bitch.
Like, everybody acknowledges what he pulled there made him look like a little bitch, right? Because look, because he actually told everyone that that's why he did this debate, so he could publicly call her out. And they're like, wait, so you sat through a 2-hour debate with Lauren where you got fucking massacred. Also, the very last minute, you could call her fucking alt-right and say that she inspired the Christchurch shooting. It's like, it's grossly fucking pathetic. It's grossly fucking pathetic. I'll listen to his fucking intro.
I'm more of a aggressive moderator than most. If people are interrupting too much, I will go in to make sure that people can clarify their positions and points. So if there is ever a point where I think there's too much chaos going on, I'm not going to let it be blood sporty. I will jump in to assert myself. When I am talking, it is not to make a point. I'm not going to randomly come in to make fun of Lauren Southern for playing League of Legends. I will just come in.
The worst thing I've done.
It is the worst thing you've done. So I am going to purely be moderating. Now, my rules include, of course, nothing against terms of service. I would like to keep my job. Please do not delete my job from the internet statements. So I'm going to give it to Connor to introduce themselves and shout themselves out first.
Yeah, hi guys, my name's Connor. I identify as centrist or center-right. I'm a law enforcement veteran, a military veteran, and a science fiction, philosophy, and religion nerd. So if any of that interests you, you can just go into YouTube, type in Counterpoints, Common Spelling. You can find my content there. That's pretty much it. So thank you for having me, Dylan. Thank you for hosting. I sincerely appreciate it.
Wonderful, no problem. I'm going to throw it over now to Lauren Southern.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm a documentary filmmaker.
Yeah, I agree.
My reputation probably precedes me in a lot of these circles, but if you only watch the Serfs or maybe Dylan, you may have some opinions about me that aren't quite accurate, and I look forward to potentially presenting those in this debate. And thank you for having me, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Okay. Tale of Two Rabbits has the funniest fucking introduction out of everybody on this fucking stream, right? And hey, baby.
The one that deleted his whole account?
Huh?
The one that deleted his whole account?
The one who nuked his YouTube account and changed the name of it. That Tale of Twin Rabbits, yes. Buddy, Lance has... I don't think Lance has won a single debate he has ever participated in, right? He constantly just gets shellacked by everybody, right? He actually tried to challenge Destiny, and Destiny bitch slapped him so fucking hard. You could feel it through your fucking screen. He got into a debate with Actual Justice Warrior and got fucking yeeted like fucking crazy, disappeared, and then tried to accuse Actual Justice Warrior of being a racist by saying that he said something, then showing a clip of him saying the exact fucking opposite. This guy is fucking brain damaged, I swear to God. Actual Justice Warrior covers and debated Lance several times. Check some of his videos to see how stupid Lance really is. Yeah. I've seen some of the debates. Actually, I think I've seen 2 debates between him and Lance. The last one I thought was the very last one they ever did, and it led to Lance just straight up calling him a racist months after the fact. Because on top of being a fucking outright loser, this dude is one of the most petty little bitches you will ever run into. If you ever fucking get an own on him, he will just continue. You know who he is? He's fucking Omrecker, except he's not friends with anybody.
Is Omrecker friends with
anybody? Thank you for the super chat, Gigi Evan. Well, at one point he was friends with people. Then he stabbed all his friends in the back. Lance ain't friends with anybody. Nobody fucking likes this guy. His own audience is fucking roasting him harder than anybody else. One person was like, Lance, you really need to stop debating people. You're turning people over to the right with this shit. And I was like, God damn. I was like, God fucking damn. Good.
Actually, I prefer to let Lance go first.
Okay. Lance can go first.
Sure. Hey, I'm Lance of the Serfs. I'm political dumpster fire, comedy garbage on the internet, and you can find me everywhere social media is sold.
Wonderful. Now we can throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Hello, my name is Tale of Two Rabbits here on Twitch. It is Twin Rabbit on YouTube. I tend to do mostly streaming of Let's Plays of games that are Indigenous and Indigenous adjacent. So either games that have been created by Indigenous authors and developers, or they contain a lot of Indigenous related themes.
What the fuck is Indigenous adjacent mean? I don't fucking know. It's literally some fucking white dude who showed up to talk about how much he loves Indigenous people and Indigenous games and adjacent Indigenous games. Does this guy just play Custer's Revenge on repeat over and over again, and then talk about the abuse that Indigenous people suffered?
I have no idea. I don't know what that game is. I've
Custer's
never heard
Revenge?
of it. Yeah.
Oh, Custer's Revenge is a classic Atari video game, right? That goes over the abuses that Indigenous people suffered. It's actually pretty progressive in the way that it shows just how disgusting the treatment of Indigenous people was.
Okay.
Yeah. You should, audience. You should definitely look into the video game Custer's Revenge so you can kind of understand what Twin Rabbits is into. White saver beat type. Yeah. Are we sure he's white? I never saw his face. I'm 100% that this dude's a white guy.
I mean, yeah. You thought Kai was white though.
No, I didn't know anything about Kai. That was said.
I personally thought Kai was white. Well, yeah. I did at least, but I didn't say.
Look, I'm just gonna put it like this. If this guy was an Indigenous person, I'm pretty sure he would have fucking said it right at the very start. If he was a minority, I'm pretty sure he would have fucking pulled that card on them at any time. He never does.
Like the kind of guy that would do that.
Yeah, so I'm pretty damn sure he's a white guy. But anyways, chat, if you want to know the type of games that this Twin Rabbits person is into, look up the classic video game Custer's Revenge, and it will explain the abuses that Indigenous people suffered. Steve, you should, yeah, look it up. Let me know what you think of it.
Oh shit! I think I've seen the Angry Video Game Nerd cover this. I can tell just from the fucking what do you call that? Not the title, the cover art, that it's risky.
But it is Indigenous adjacent.
Oh fuck yeah! Okay, he's got a dick. Yeah, I don't know how much I can really say about this game. So, Chad, if you guys want to look it up, go look it up on Google. I just Googled it, and it's something else.
You're being very polite.
Yeah. Trying to keep it PG. Trying to keep this monetized, you know?
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's keep going.
And on my Twitter, I shitpost. On my YouTube, the videos are a lot about Indigenous history, archaeology, and a little bit about video game history too.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to go into prepared statements. Now let me clarify for the audience what we're going to be talking about today, so there's no confusion. The topics that were given to me was that the debate will be primarily about retributive and vigilante justice for historical wrongs, and there might be some secondary discussions, if time permits it, about the recent burning of Catholic churches in Canada, the recent discovery of the unmarked Indigenous graves in the same nation, and the actions of the Canadian government in the past, if it could fall under the historical definition of genocide. Do we all agree on these topics? That there's no confusion?
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay, we will start with counterpoints with a prepared 2-minute statement. You will be timed, and I will give you a warning once you have about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, this on
so in preparation for this debate, I think the primary thing that I landed on was the fact that burning churches is just unacceptable. I understand that there's a contentious history in Canada, but there's no real excuse for throwing a Molotov cocktail inside of a building. You can have.
All right, so Steve, because this would actually be something that you should be aware of. Do you know anything about this whole thing about burning of churches?
No, because I don't keep up with religious folk in general. So
what do you mean?
Or the news?
What do you fucking mean?
So the only time I know what's going on in Canada is if like the government sends me an emergency alert saying if there's like a tornado or something, and then I'm like, oh shit, something's happening. But other than that, yeah, since COVID hit, I don't really pay attention. I mean, I did before, kind of, because like I worked a job where I was talking to people and they would tell me shit, but I don't fucking know what's going on in the world. So no, I never heard of any of these churches being burned.
Okay, so I guess the way I'll put it is, how do I say it? What's the best way of saying it?
That is bad.
Yeah, okay, that's a good way of saying it. It's a little bit more than bad, though, right? What's this? Crow, please. What? LOL, just Googled and regret my life choices. What? It's an Indigenous adjacent game.
That's the only game I could think of like making sense to you. I don't know what other game. Maybe we should look up Indigenous adjacent games as well. See what pops up here.
Yeah, they've been burning churches and vandalizing cathedrals. There are people call for more destruction. So essentially, there was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that took place in Canada in which they said that abuses did occur to Indigenous people and their children. I think the best way you can phrase it, it was a cultural genocide, right? They were taking children away from these Indigenous tribes and making them wards of the state, specifically putting them into the custody of like the Catholic Church and everything, right? And while in the custody of the Catholic Church, abuses did occur. There's some sort of statistic or some sort of thing saying that 1 in 5 of these children were sexually abused. Many of the children died of exposure because they tried running away and going back to their tribes. Some of them well, actually, I won't say some. I think many also died of diseases. But I guess there's this whole thing that started more recently when they started doing these ground survey studies, and there were claims that there were mass graves, right? Which is another escalation, right? The cultural genocide, the sexual abuse, and everything. To me, that's fucking horrific, right? You took people away from their culture against their will, right? That is absolutely horrific. But the idea of children being buried in mass graves, a mass grave is essentially a hole in the ground in which you shove the bodies of people that have been executed, right? So when you tell people there's a mass grave, you know, your mindset goes to things like what happened in Nazi Germany, right? Where they would literally dig giant holes in the ground and then shove in the bodies of people that they executed and then cover them up with dirt, right?
Yeah.
So when that survey came out and a lot of people started to state that they'd proven the existence of mass graves, it led to this rash of church burnings and vandalism, right? So they would graffiti the buildings, they would chop off the heads of statues, they would set the places on fire, and it was pretty much a massive escalation. Now, I think the Pope has issued a statement of apology to the indigenous people for the abuses of the Catholic Church at the time. But
good job,
buddy. Yeah. Well, I thought part of this debate, they were going to be talking about like what sort of restorative justices you could do for the people, given the abuses that they suffered under Canada. Now, the stuff that happened in this country, I don't know if we will ever get to a point like this, because in this country, we basically just we forced people off their lands, and then we gave them other lands, and they're basically their own autonomous nations now, right? Within the United States. The U.S. laws, federal laws, do not apply to them. So that's the way it is over here. I don't know how it is in Canada.
I think it's kind of like that. So if you go into the reserve, you can get these native cigarettes. You can get like $20. You can get like a whole fucking carton, but it's just like a Ziploc bag full of cigarettes. So like if you get caught off of the reserve with those, the cops technically can arrest you, but they don't really do anything. And then they also sell like some other shit that you wouldn't be able to buy like not on the reserve.
Hold on.
So I would assume it's like that in Canada as well.
Yeah. So that's basically when this stuff started happening. Now, I don't know if you can call it a genocide in Canada, because I don't know much about what happened in Canada specifically, right? But there's going to be a lot of things where they start arguing over the definitions of things. And to be clear, I think it took away a lot from whatever they were supposed to be debating about, because look, if the debate was over proving Canada was guilty of genocide, I can say this flat out: they lost that debate because nothing got fucking proven, right? Essentially what's going to happen is Lance and this tail of rabbit, whatever, show up. They're not educated at all on any of the subjects. They're just convinced that they have the right opinion, and they talk out their ass and insult the other people there consistently. And it makes them look incredibly fucking stupid, especially when they like. Let me just keep playing it. Fuck, dude, you gotta fucking hear this shit.
Descriptive reasons, much like riots, you can understand why something is going on, but you probably can't morally justify it. So that's the number one contention that I would have. Number two, when it comes to Indigenous history, I think that the audience will probably be surprised, or hopefully they're not surprised, that there is a lot of concession for the sins of the past and all of that kind of stuff, and we can get into that. I'm interested to talk about definitions, because obviously the word genocide is being brought into this conversation, so I want to talk about that as an aspect of this. And then ultimately, I think this conversation is indicative of where we are at as a continent as a whole. Europeans conquered this continent, colonized this continent, and did some nefarious stuff in order to do that. We have done sins in the past. Now we have to reckon with those sins and move forward as a society. So I'm hoping that we can kind of, even if it's very uncomfortable, even if it's contentious, I'm hoping that maybe we can do that here a little bit. And I'll leave it there. And
wonderful. With 48 seconds to spare, now we're going to throw it over to Lauren Southern.
Hey, okay, so I've written a little something, haven't written anything else for the debate, but today we have framed this debate as a discussion, obviously, around retributive and vigilante justice. and whether or not Canada is guilty of genocide. But what we are debating in reality here is acts of political terrorism, the committing of hate crimes, the burning down of religious sites, including the recent burning down of refugee churches, and those who are hell-bent on making excuses for this behavior.
So if it's accidental, it's not genocide, not sarcasm, by the way, legitimately curious. I mean, look, I don't know if you could say it's not genocide because it's accidental. I don't even know if you can say it's accidental.
Because the diseases America brought over?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at what happened over here, right? A lot of the deaths they try to claim were, white Europeans coming over and just massacring the natives, right? And while that did happen, it obviously fucking happened. The overwhelming majority of the deaths that took place were straight up European diseases being brought into a new world and indigenous people not having the immune systems to handle those diseases, right? So that then leads to this massive amounts of death, right? So by the time like European settlers started to push further into the nation, many of those tribes were already dead, right? They died because diseases just spread like fucking wildfire, and they just took the land over. Now, that's not in every case. Obviously, when the first people came over from Europe, there were obvious fucking conflicts that took place, but there were also situations where some tribes allied with those new people because they were the weaker tribes and they were fighting with other tribes too. Like, it wasn't just this, there's like this little fictitious fucking utopia that people have of this continent prior to Europeans coming over. And it really wasn't that. I mean, it really fucking wasn't. You had a bunch of
underdeveloped.
It was very underdeveloped, and you also had tribes, and they did fight with each other, right? They took slaves of each other, right? It wasn't every single one. Many were very peaceful, but you still had plenty that were not peaceful. Anytime human beings are going to exist, there's going to be conflict. I mean, and that's true throughout all of human history, regardless of where you look. You put human beings in an area, and they are different for whatever reason, they're going to fight. Yeah. They're going to fight over resources. They're going to fight over property. They're going to fight over people's lives. So what happened here, I don't know how similar it is to what happened in Canada, right? I really don't know, because what happened over here, you could say what happened over here was a genocide, but it wasn't a genocide in the way of like, white Europeans going throughout the fucking nation and straight up murdering every single indigenous person they could find. I mean, I'm sure that some wanted to. Fuck yeah. But again, the overwhelming majority of deaths that took place here happened due to diseases. And by the time European settlers continued to push inwards, majority of the native population were already dead and gone. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to fucking put it.
I feel like I'm having a fever dream right now. It's the middle of the day, and you're teaching me about Canadian history. This is weird. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's strange.
Colin Crane said Canadian residential schools came from America. It doesn't surprise me, because I know that I know the other thing that happened over here, and this is specifically with the churches, right? You had missionaries, and they wanted to, teach the savages the way of God and make them civilized people. That shit happened over here too. But I don't know specifically what happened with these residential schools in Canada. Now, one thing that that's going to come up later is they try to say that residential schools were taking place all the way until like the 90s. But by that point, I believe the Canadian government gave possession of said schools to the tribes. So while they were still residential schools, they weren't being run by the Catholic Church or by the Canadian government anymore. So stuff like that, I don't think it's very clear. And obviously there's a lot of, I would say, I think there's less of a search for the actual truth of what went on when we talk about Indigenous people, and more of a search for who we can blame for atrocities, right? And whether or not that blame is justified, it doesn't really matter at a certain point.
Yeah,
but
I'd have to agree.
Well,
let's grab something. I can still hear. I just gotta mute.
Yeah, do your thing.
all based on the recent discovery of mass graves of Indigenous children, which activists have portrayed as evidence of genocidal actions by the Canadian government, which were covered up. The only problem with this entire debate is, firstly, even if this happened and the Canadian government committed genocide, there would be no excuse to commit hate crimes today, especially against people who had no connection to said actions. And an equally important and shocking revelation should be is that no mass graves were found in the first place. This is an entirely false narrative. No one here today is going to deny historical injustices happened. No one is going to deny there were deliberately children taken from their homes and educated to no longer have their culture and language, and that is horrific. I don't think that should happen to anybody. However, distorting the past, exaggerating atrocities, inventing the existence of mass graves to make it appear as though Canada committed and covered up some sort of Holocaust is a horrific mishandling of the truth, and it does nothing to help us uncover and heal from genuine wrongdoings which occurred. And in fact, it has caused more trauma today for Canadians and Indigenous communities who are now seeing their communities destroyed, their churches burnt to the ground, and relations ripped apart even further.
Okay, 7 seconds to spare. We're now going to throw it over to Lance from the Serfs.
Hey, everybody. So I'm going to say right out of the gates that neither me or my partner support or condone the burning of any religious institutions. What we're here today to talk about is obviously restorative and retributive.
Lauren is a moron, by the way. Like, she's really stupid. Let me be very clear, right? I don't really know much about Lauren Southern in the sense that I don't really follow any of the shit that she's been involved with. And this is, I think, the first time I've actually seen her do a debate. I've seen people say that she's a moron. Well, that could certainly be true. Maybe it's just based on who was on the stream with her. She's definitely one of the smartest people out of these 5 people. I think Counterpoints is the smartest, then Lauren, then in a distant fucking third is Lance, and then fucking this rabbit guy is literally drooling on himself in the fucking corner. Dylan is just there moderating, so I don't want to say anything nasty about him, but I don't know. Look, I've heard that she's a fucking moron. It's just I don't fucking know, because based on this debate, she came across as someone who actually did the fucking research, so I don't know what you want me to say. She actually did the fucking research.
Justice in relation to the residential school system in Canada and the involvement of the Catholic Church therein. I'm going to try and say this as quickly and concisely as I can. The original founding father of this country, Sir John A. Macdonald, was a white nationalist, and I don't mean that in the sense that lefties like to call every single person they don't like a Nazi. He was a person who believed in the superior.
You know, I fucking love about that statement. Lance is one of those people that likes to call everyone he doesn't like a Nazi. He literally gets owned by actual Justice Warrior, then tries to accuse him of being a racist, right? Like, literally, fucking this motherfucker is one of those fucking people. YouTube made her great. She's not stupid. She's actually pretty smart, but people don't like her politics. I mean, look, I don't know. Comment Crane, what are you trying to tell me?
What's going on? Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Well,
He's Canadian. That's why, I think.
Oh, because he's Canadian? Yeah, sure.
I think he, oh my God.
Well, Comment Crane, shut up. I'll send you a fucking message. Give me a second. Oh, man. Hold on. What's your name on Discord?
Canadian to have on right now.
Well, yeah, probably. But what's your Discord so I can send you the link? I'll bring you on.
I'm a fake Canadian. I'm Americanized at this point. I don't know what the fuck goes on in my country.
But Comment Crane, I'll be clear. I'm not here to talk about fucking the topic so much, more about just what the people are actually saying. Okay.
Well, you're educating the audience, and you might be educating them wrong. So you probably might take offense. I don't care because I don't give a fuck about Canada. But he's
I've openly stated I don't know much about what happened in Canada. I really don't, and that's not what we're talking about here. Because this debate in no way educated fucking anybody, right? This debate did not educate a single fucking person. Okay, I think we will watch it. You can tell me that she's a fucking moron and she's saying wrong things. The thing is, in a debate, it's on the people that are actually fucking there to disprove her. And they fucking couldn't because they didn't do any fucking research. Like, there's a really funny point in this fucking debate that you're gonna fucking love. Okay, so so you should be in my server, right? Comment Crane. Okay, here you are, Bird Gang. Okay, check Discord. You have a link. I'm gonna keep playing the stream in the meantime.
Of the Aryan race. He said it frequently. He, in Parliament, would say things that were considered to be outlandish and racist by the sign of the times. And he started both the Indian Act in Canada and the reservation school system in Canada. He also instigated the reserve system in Canada. Now, for anyone who's unaware, the Indian reservation school system, what it essentially did was took 150,000 children away from their parents' arms and forcibly put them in institutions where they were systematically beaten, tortured, raped. They had their culture removed from them, their language, every aspect of them was destroyed. Those who tried to escape would often die in the cold or drown in the water. So it was a horrifying experience by all accounts. Now, the Catholic Church themselves have never formally apologized for this. Neither have they been held to account for the thousands upon thousands of priests and nuns who, again, tortured and raped children. So I believe if we're going to be talking about restorative justice, the first place to begin would be that they have to both be held accountable for the crimes that they've committed, as well as the fact that they have to, in some form or another, pay retribution to those in which they've harmed. Thanks.
Okay, Comment Crane, you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't have a mic, so I don't know how bad this audio is.
Oh, it's fucking awful, but you're good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I'm getting like spamming in the chat, but like I've devoted like a good chunk of my adult life to Canadian history. And sometimes it's just like, you know, it's really frustrating to hear some of these arguments because they're right in some ways, but they're just wrong just enough to make me upset. You know what I mean?
Well, look, I mean, and that's what I wanted to be clear about, right? I just want to focus on what's actually being said during the debate itself, because I don't want to speak to Canadian history, something that I'm completely uneducated about, right? I really don't. I can speak to some of the stuff that happened in the United States and what I know of that, because it's something that interests me. But I wouldn't even proclaim myself to be anything close to an expert on that either. But let's say Lauren said something that's just objectively fucking untrue, right? The problem is Lance and this other guy are unable to refute a single fucking thing that she says throughout the entire debate, right? And it gets to the point where they just evolve into petty fucking insults. So I can see somebody like you who's more familiar with Canadian history, why that would frustrate you. She says something that's wrong, and these two can't even fucking acknowledge what she's saying, right? Like they don't even know how to respond to it. And I was watching, I was like, there's no fucking way that she's right about every fucking thing that she's saying. But these two fucking can't address any of it. And one thing I do want to just clarify, because I think it gets said later on in this stream, the reason why this debate happened was because Lauren Southern uploaded a video in which she acknowledged the atrocities that took place towards Indigenous people. However, in that video, she also mentions the burning of churches. Now, I will be clear, I don't watch her content, but I guess this Lance person, he criticized her for bringing up the burning of churches in the video and saying that she was inspiring hatred towards Indigenous people, but he never actually specifically says how she did that. And instead, it apparently is because she's not allowed to talk about the injustices towards Indigenous people as well as the burning of churches, because it's taking away from the conversation about Indigenous people. That was Lance's position, which led to this debate happening.
Well, that's already a really shitty position, because a lot of these churches that were burned down were on, reserves, and quite a few Indigenous people actually, liked the churches that were on the reserves. So the idea of that is just like a white versus, Indigenous person is already completely misrepresenting the situation.
Well, to be clear, I don't think she ever says it's Indigenous people burning the churches down, but the burning of the churches was, I mean, look, I would say that it's a reasonable assumption to say that the burning of the churches was in response to the media stories coming out about a potential genocide that occurred in Canada via those churches, right? And I would,
100%.
I personally, if it was me saying who I think is responsible, I don't think it's Indigenous people fucking doing it. I think it's white progressives showing up and wanting to, burn down churches to support the Indigenous people who also happen to like the churches, right? Yeah. Because white people ruin everything, as proved by all of Canada.
like I've seen some like I've seen some pretty like disgusting comments about this type of stuff. I've in my travels looking at vandalization of churches. It's all very callous. I'll see like a picture of like red paint thrown on someone's church, and I'm like, geez, I can't imagine if like this is the church that my grandfather died or something. Like I don't know. It's all got me pretty worked up about it, but yeah, it's just not a very good situation all around.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think any of this looks like a good situation. Like, I mean, it all looks fucking awful to me.
Yeah, to put it mildly, it's not a good situation.
Yeah, I saw that, like, because I was watching Augie's stream and Bo Black was saying, like, this is something he was really interested in hearing about. But this debate, you don't hear about any of it, right? Mm-hmm. They never really get into anything because it immediately fucking devolves at the start with the declaring of mass graves. And we'll play it, but essentially Lauren says that there is no proof of it. Well, it hasn't been definitively proven, I should say, that there were any mass graves found in Canada, right? Mm-hmm. She says that they call her out on it, and she says, okay, where are the mass graves? And then they bring up this GDR survey. She brings up that the person that used to or still is an instructor at the college that she was a part of was the woman that ran the surveys, and her own statements are that you cannot definitively prove that there is a mass grave there. You would have to exhume the bodies, right? You have to exhume the site and figure out exactly what's there. And I guess I guess there's a tribe in that area, and the chief of that tribe flat out stated there used to be a graveyard there. There used to be a cemetery.
I believe that's the one where I think it's in like Saskatchewan. That one, it's I think they found like something like 715. So they ratioed it out as, not ratio, what's the word? Yeah, rounded it up as. But yeah, that's one where it's like it was a cemetery at some point, according to the chief. And then people just kind of ran with that number, and they didn't really look back.
Well, so that's where things start to devolve here, because Lauren is correct on that point. Destiny actually played the clip of that same woman who Lauren quoted, stating that we have to take a step back and we can't declare anything until we've actually exhumed the bodies there, right? And then she also mentions that chief who said that there used to be a cemetery there. Well, obviously, if there used to be a cemetery there, those surveys would then show that there are bodies in the ground. To then declare that it's a mass grave site, that's where I think it's just kind of fucking bullshit, right? And these guys, they spend a good time fucking gaslighting her on that point and basically saying that she's quoting her friend, right? And I'm like, oh my fucking God. But I want to.
Why are all these Americans so interested in Canadian history all of a sudden?
Lauren's from Canada.
Interested about that.
Lauren is from Canada.
Oh, Lauren is from Canada? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's fucking American idiot.
Now. How would I know? I don't know Lauren Southern.
You don't know fucking Canada, as you've already acknowledged.
Exactly. I don't.
You can't blame him for that, though. Our education system is really not the best.
Apparently, all you get educated on is America.
I got educated on like ancient Egypt before I got anything about like Canada. So that's not universal, but at least
yeah, it's okay. We can all agree Canada is a shithole country. Let's keep playing the video.
Yeah.
Okay, with 18 seconds to spare. Now I'm going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits for the last intro of the debate.
I would first like to thank Lance for asking me to join him today, and Dylan's Luscious Locks for moderating. I open, as I so often do, with a story. In 1601, Juan de Onate visited a gigantic agricultural and industrial center of more than 20,000 people in what is now central Kansas. Because he was a conquistador, he then kidnapped and tortured 4 children to identify the houses of the town's leaders, and immediately afterward, he waged a war to destroy the city with an army of nearly 1,000 soldiers. It was a mass slaughter. For the next 500 years, the school-taught history of the United States was that tribes of the plains were barely organized, semi-nomadic hunter-gatherers who knew only territorial wars and primitivism. And then, in 2016...
See, that's not true either, because I remember learning in school about these massive empires of indigenous people that existed here in what is now the United States, right? Like they found like actual like full made cities where I can't remember the name of it, but there was like one location somewhere in the Midwest where all of these tribes would actually meet up and they would trade within those cities, right? So it's not like it was just loose warring bands. Like I never fucking heard that in school, right? Like, and I went to, like, I'm 30 now, so maybe that's even older, right? But yeah, you learn about the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? They were never portrayed as, you know, fucking primitive tribal savages, but I mean, we do know that they did fight with each other, right? Not every single tribe fought with each other. Some tribes traded with each other, were friendly with each other. Others went to war with each other. It's like everywhere else on the face of the fucking earth where there's multiple different groups of people. They fought, right? Like in fucking Europe, I like the Romans, like they fought all the fucking time with people, right? I don't get what this fucking statement was. Like, I really don't get what this fucking statement was.
I think he's trying to like establish from the beginning that history is flawed or some way. He's trying to say, like, oh well, this is clearly a bigoted view, and he's trying to like take that over in the conversation. I think
trying to cover up mass graves or something.
Well, yeah, that's basically what he's saying. He's probably saying something like, oh well, you know, they lied about this, you know, therefore so facto, you know. I'm not sure.
I guess my problem with that mindset would be this guy did no fucking research for this. So for all I know, he was taught these things, but he was too fucking stupid and never paid attention to any of it.
Or never questioned it.
Or never questioned it. Something of that nature, right? But like, and then later on, he learns in fucking college about these fucking stories that he's already been fucking told about. He's like, oh, I never knew. They've been covering it up the whole time. It's like, I'm pretty sure he was educated at some point during like basic public education, but was too fucking stupid. Like we learned about the Trail of Tears in school, right? That was like a big thing that you learn about, right? We learned about how the fucking gosh, what's it called, the Boston Purchase or something, right? They took whole swaths of land from people by trading them like cheap trinkets because the people at the time didn't understand what the trade actually meant, right? And then when they tried to return to the land, they were like killed. And they were said like, no, you gave away this land.
Now you're trespassing.
Yeah. Well, I was told all about that in school, so I don't know what the fuck this dumbass didn't understand. Louisiana Purchase, thank you. I don't understand what this fucking dumbass is saying. Like he never fucking heard about any of this stuff, right? Like, no, our education system is deeply flawed, absolutely. But we're taught in schools about the atrocities that took place towards Indigenous people. And we were also taught about, you know, the Indigenous people and the great things that pre-existed the Europeans coming to the nation, right? However, it is also true that not everybody was good and friendly, and it was this like fucking paradise utopia. It wasn't that either. Motherfucker. That's fucking dumbass. I maybe his education is all from playing Indigenous related games like Custer's Revenge.
Using records, archaeological fieldwork, and remote sensing technology, Etzanoa once again became a fact. The stories natives had been telling for generations were finally again acknowledged as fact. As has happened many times in recent years, the U.S. was forced to again confront the cruelty and lies that had been perpetrated against the Indigenous peoples right up to this very day. In May of 2021, using records, archaeological fieldwork, and remote sensing technology, the stories of the residential schools recorded by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report and told by natives for generations were finally again acknowledged as fact. Canada is presented with two possibilities when such simple and straightforward modifications to the histories that we were all taught as children are uncovered. We can, as in the case of Etzanoa, accept the correction, accept the native stories which roll along, and move forward with the knowledge that wrongs were committed that must be reckoned with. Or we can choose, as Lauren apparently has, what has brought us here today. Refuse the most basic and straightforward facts in favor of denial, deflection, and dismissal. I come here as witness to those facts, as one small voice in a chorus to those stories. I come here to discuss justice for those wrongs and the restoration of dignity for those who suffer.
Okay, I'm sorry, but someone has said like, well, we've never seen his face. How do we know he's white? That entire fucking statement at the end is how you know that guy's white.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I come here as a small voice in the chorus of symphony of tragedy to speak on behalf of others.
Yeah, with that guy though, I'm sorry, I keep cutting everyone off. Okay, I'll let you go.
That is like peak white ally. That is peak white ally.
I was basically just trying to say there, like, I like how he kind of lumped in the idea that Canadians are not accepting what happened in residential schools with this argument. Because the argument's not about whether Indigenous people were severely abused. It's about whether this should be considered a genocide, as in, like, they're trying to kill off Indigenous people. You know, that's the debate. It's not two different things.
Well, that's the other problem that I had. Lauren acknowledged that there were abuses that took place. She's disagreeing with the idea that there were like mass graves, right? They were just straight up executing children and shoving them into holes, right? She's also disagreeing that it was an actual genocide. Counterpoints also seems to disagree with that, although I don't know if he ever really states that position too clearly. What he does say flat out is that it is a cultural genocide. And he agrees on that. She agrees on that. The other two agree on that, right? They all acknowledge it. Huh?
I think every Canadian agrees that it's a cultural genocide. You know, that's the avowed statement. There's like a very famous quote in Canada. And, you know, this is just a quote, so no one get angry at me. But it's basically this quote from someone that says, you know, to kill the Indian within the child. It's never to like kill the child. It's to kill like the culture. They thought that the culture was like regressive and that it was backwards. So it was kind of like this weird, I don't know, but
to be clear, that's something that's occurred throughout history. Actually, there's a very famous quote from another insane person, Adolf Hitler, where he said, "What will you do? We have your children. In years, they will forget about you, but they will always remember the whatever." Right? Like even Hitler in Germany did the same shit. Right? He basically would take those kids and educate them how to be fucking Nazis, right? And educate them to not listen to their parents, right? And he flat out stated, "I've taken your children. What will you do now?" Right? That's what you do. You take people's kids from them and you indoctrinate them. That's what Canada was doing. That's what people in the United States did. That's what the churches used to do, right? Now, look, some people thought that they were actually helping people, right? Because they're fucking, you know, I was going to say the bad R word, but, you know, because they're incredibly fucking stupid, right? Other people...
We've been pretty good this stream. I don't think we've said anything too bad.
We haven't. Other people, right, like fucking Hitler, they did it knowing that it was purely to build up an ideological army that would always follow whatever words he fucking said, right? That's why he specifically targeted kids. That's why they fucking did that.
Well, I hate to have I'm sorry. I hate to have a debate within a debate going on here, but I don't think the residential schools are a very interesting subject because they originally started off these things called, labor schools. And for a point, it was like this progression. And for a while, it was like run by Indigenous school teachers, and they thought, okay, we'll give them, farming techniques or whatever. And then over time, they said, well, this isn't working. They're not picking up. They're going back home, and they're like picking up on their old culture. What's going on here? And from what I can tell, now this might be this is an opinion. This is from opinion from what I've been reading and all that. So it's not necessarily correct.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell, at least 3 of the founding people, well, the quote unquote founding people of the residential schools were very much. They didn't want Indigenous people to like die off, like as a race. As a culture, they were okay with it, but as like a group of people, they were like the person that they mentioned at the beginning, John A. Macdonald. He's our first prime minister. He's a very, very complex person, and he's really interesting because he has this whole bunch of racist quotes, right? But then he has quotes that basically says, "Well, if Christopher Columbus never came here, Indigenous people would be better off," or "I hope Indigenous people will one day be able to represent themselves in Parliament." So it's this weird, like, the people that created these schools, at least somewhat, believe they were doing the right thing. And then as it went on, it became like this almost bureaucracy type situation where it's going on in the background. No one's paying attention to it. So it's this really horrible, horrible situation, but it's not being like, I don't know if my opinion's right, but it's not, there's no like mature discussion about it. Sometimes I feel, it's just kind of like,
I guess I don't think we're necessarily disagreeing on anything there. But my main point was throughout history, if you want to end all opposition to you or you want to destroy someone's culture, you target the children, because the children are the next generation. If you cut that off at the kneecaps, they can't pass on their culture anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, people with entirely abhorrent intentions have done it, and people with noble but incredibly fucking stupid intentions have also done it, right? It's the easiest fucking way of ending a culture. You target the children, and you end the spreading of that culture. I'm gonna keep playing the video though, unless you had something else you wanted to add in, Steve. Because you've been very quiet this entire time.
Yeah, no, well, I don't really know anything about this stuff, right? So
I chose the wrong Canadian to bring on today.
Well, no, you get the right Canadian here now.
Now I do.
I can learn.
Educate Steve, Comment Crane. He needs it. He has no clue about your country.
Oh, there's a lot to go through, man. There's a lot to go through. It's not all this horrible. It's not all this bad. But sometimes it is. Sometimes it just be like, sometimes it's like that,
Sometimes it be like
yeah.
I get what you said about I've heard other people argue like indigenous people would have been so much better off if the Europeans never came over. I mean, the problem is eventually Europeans were going to come here, or a different nation was going to come here. Like there's just no stopping that from happening, right? And regardless of who came here, eventually diseases would have been spread here, and like millions of people were going to die. Like I don't know what else to say, right? Would it be better if nobody ever tried to go into new lands? Yeah, I guess.
Places like that in Africa, I think, or maybe not in Africa. Maybe Africa. I don't fucking know. But like, there's tribes that are like untouched by the rest of civilization. They just want to keep North America like that, just closed off from the rest of the world.
I know there are certain areas that are very hard to get to, and I think like very specifically, they say that people are not allowed to travel into those areas, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because they are being protected, right? But
so if they want like the whole rest of the world to progress to that point, is that like North America was just shut off? Like, is that what the other option would have been here?
I mean, yeah, but then you would have had to have every single nation agree to never do anything in the one of the largest continents, right? Yeah. That was never going to fucking happen either, right? No matter what, I think the problem is your issue is with human beings. It's not so much with one specific person, because throughout history we've seen what happens when any group decides to go into a new area. Right? If we want to talk about like just being white people being evil, I mean, sure, right? But white people did it to other white people. The fucking Vikings. I mean, they showed up in fucking Europe one day and just slaughtered everybody. Like, I mean, like, because that's their fucking culture.
It kind of like whichever culture is progressing faster, more technologically, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think that's a very compelling argument, only because it's happened all throughout history, all over the world. It's just one day it happened over here, and there was a very gross disparity between the technology of the Europeans and the weapons of the Europeans and the diseases the Europeans carried with them, and what the natives and the indigenous people over here had to contend with.
Well, not just everything else.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't know how to put it, but it's like you've got a kid with a rock and you have a guy showing up with a machine gun. Clearly, the kid ain't gonna fucking survive that fight.
Okay, hyperbolically, right?
Yeah.
Machine guns back.
No, but you know what I mean, right? It's just such a fucking difference in power. What are you going to do, right? The Europeans show up in full body armor with steel weapons, and they're fighting natives who don't use any of that.
Well, maybe the natives' technology would have progressed in a different way, and we'll never get to see how that.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe we can talk about alternative. We talk about hypothetical alternative realities in which the Europeans never came here, but
monarchy.
There's no guarantee that would have gone well either.
Well, even like if they had like the technological, let's say arquebuses or whatever, they, to fight off Europeans. You got to remember, these people aren't very, they're not homogenous. You know what I mean? There's different groups. So
well,
like,
true.
you know, yeah, and like let's say at least for Canada, like when the French came over, you know, part of their agreements for like, you know, trade would have been like, you need to go fight the Huron or the, you know, I know this isn't the proper name for them, but the Iroquois. I'm not sure I can't pronounce the indigenous name. I know, but like, you know, there was a lot of like fighting and, you know, fighting against each other, and that's definitely contributed to, you know,
well, sure, like put it like this: say you have a legitimate violent tribe, right? You know, they're warriors, right? Well, let's just say that, okay? They're hunters, they're warriors, and when they encounter other tribes, they kill them, they steal people to use as slaves, and they take all their resources, right? So that tribe that's being attacked encounters the Europeans, right? And they say, hey, we will literally give you whatever you want. Just help us deal with these other tribes, right? And the Europeans go, done. What are you going to fucking do then? Right?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of situations where it was kind of like that. But there's also situations where it was like, hey, these guys are our trading partners, and we're going to fight off everyone else that tries to trade with them because they're our trading partners. You know, so they were very like, yeah. They wanted to have the advantage over all the other indigenous peoples, you know, and again, this is very early history. Like later on, because, you know, later on there's less of a power dynamic or power balance or whatever. But early on, it's definitely like, you know, whole mix of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I'm just saying, even if the Europeans never came over here, and this is completely untouched land, we had no clue how this would have progressed. I mean, there's a very funny fucking statement that took place on Twitter where it's this one guy standing in front of Mount Rushmore and talking about how disgusting, and don't get me wrong, I think Mount Rushmore, we actually learned the history of it. It is kind of fucking disgusting. But he's talking about how they took the land from his people and they defaced the mountains, right? And you know, the tribe that he's referring to way back when took the land from another tribe by massacring all of them, right? So it's like your own people stole that land from a different tribe, and then the Europeans showed up and took it from you. Like, what do you want me to say here? It's human history. We're fucking violent fucking pigs. We've done terrible fucking things. We can only move forward from those terrible fucking things that we all used to do, or we can go back to antiquity and literally murder everyone who's ever committed an atrocity, but then you would literally murder everybody. Like, you know what I mean? I thought the whole Mount Rushmore thing was fucking insane, right? Mount Rushmore was built by a Klansman. I didn't know he was a Klansman. I don't know if that's true, but what I do know is that land used to belong to one tribe. That tribe was then invaded by a different tribe that massacred them, wiped them out, and took the land. And then the Europeans showed up and did the same thing to them. I was just like, what do you want me to say at that point, right? At the end of the day, you cannot pretend like before the Europeans got here, it was this fucking paradise utopia, and then the evil white Europeans showed up and murdered babies for fun. Like, history is a lot more nuanced than that. Were there fucking monsters? Abso-fucking-lutely, right? But again, the vast, overwhelming majority of the deaths that took place in the United States, or, you know, the land before it was the United States, it was straight up diseases spreading rampantly because the Europeans had dealt with all these diseases. They had immune systems for it, and they had medical treatment for a lot of it. The native populations had never fucking encountered any of it.
Okay. So I just want to re-establish the rules one last time. If it gets out of control, I will assert myself and shut down the conversation. If you believe it is unfair, I'm sorry to say that I don't care. I will do my best to restore. I'm a law and order moderator. Law and order. Other than that,
oh, hold on. Too late to the story. Yeah. Okay. There is still an island that wasn't touched by any first world civilization, and they're still Stone Age. Well, the other thing about that is true, though, right?
That's in India, I think.
Yeah. At the end of the day, one of the benefits of crossing with different cultures is that everybody then progresses further, right? But those people, you because they don't want to integrate with society, at large, right? They only want to stay on that island, and people are banned from going to said island. They're going to live in the Stone Age forever because they don't have the technology and they don't have the specific resources to build from that technology, nor do they have the ideas of other individuals to help them progress further. But if they're happy living like in the fucking Stone Ages, let them fucking do it. One of these days, though,
all the population is too, because then eventually it's going to get inbred, right? Because there's only so many people on the island.
I mean, maybe they all are inbred. I don't fucking know.
And that might be why, like, they didn't progress either. You know, you need to expand.
Dude, this is reminding me of wrong. This is straight up reminding me of Wrong Turn now with the hillbilly incest cannibals.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's fucking brutal.
I don't watch movies. Really.
It's not a good fucking horror movie, but it's still fun.
I think everybody else knows, no terms of service violations of any sort. We are now going to have an open format for about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes at max. And then with 2-minute outros, anyone is free to start the conversation. It is now open for dialogue.
Well, considering that I've just been accused of denying basic facts, I would really like a Tale of Twin Rabbit to describe which basic facts I've denied.
In your opening statement, you said that these deaths didn't occur and that these bodies weren't found.
That's not what I said, is it? I said there were no mass graves found.
I would be curious to know what your evidence is for that claim.
Firstly, I would like to ask both you and Lance to describe which mass graves have been found in Canada, and then I can respond to that.
So,
I think there's a fair question.
No, that's actually a clever tactic, right? He called her a liar, and she said, okay, what did I lie about? And then he says, well, you lied about there being mass graves. So she says, okay, what mass graves were found? He's not going to be able to respond very well moving forward, right? But
I don't know. If he knows his shit, he should be able to, right?
No, well, the person that's a big fan of indigenous games and indigenous adjacent games and games created by indigenous people knows literally nothing else about indigenous people from here on out.
Well, if he knew his shit, he would know that these were specifically said by this chief, not mass graves, and these were things that occurred over like perhaps a century. It wasn't all just at once. So she's already got him in a little bit of a corner here. He says something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess the biggest problem here. She's already got him into a fucking trap now, and
those game developers fail them.
Well, I mean, how do I say it right? How do I say it right? It's okay not to fucking know something, right? Nobody needs to be an expert. Nobody needs to be an expert in literally everything, but when this guy doesn't know something, it's not going to be, okay, well, I got that wrong. It's literally going to devolve from here further and further and further.
Would you like to be more specific, as in the one that
was...
Well,
you're saying I'm lying by saying no mass graves have been found, so tell me, where have the mass graves been found?
So I like that, right? She asked him, like, so where have the mass graves been found? And he goes, well, would you like to be more specific? And I'm like, what do you fucking mean? She literally said, where have the mass graves been found? You go, be more specific. Like, come on, dude. That was fucking great. Finally, a stream I can catch this not at 3 a.m. Cheers from the UK, lads. Hey, Alice, how you doing? We're going to probably be doing more streams at Tuesdays at 2 o'clock. So hopefully you can tune into more of them.
And it's all going to be educational.
This is more fun. Honestly, it is. When we talk about like the shit with Chris Chan, by the way, I think we found an alt account of Isabella or one of that friend group trying to convince people that she's innocent. And this is after other people have already been calling her out. Ty, don't disappear again.
Bro, when it came to Chris Chan, man, I was so disappointed. I had a Chris Chan T-shirt, man. I cannot. What am I gonna do with it? What am I gonna do with it? I gotta get rid of it now. It's just.
Bro, you see the Ricky Berwick shit?
You might be able to sell on eBay.
Okay, guys. I'll do you a favor. After we're done watching the stream tonight, I'm gonna play you the Ricky Berwick clips that he did of Chris Chan because they're fucking hilarious. And if you haven't seen them, you guys are gonna die laughing.
Oh dear. Well, the story that kicked it off was the Campalus residential school. Mass graves were identified using ground-penetrating radar.
Right, and ground-penetrating radar cannot detect bodies.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have a question.
Are you saying that as an assertion?
Absolutely. You can go look this up. In fact, the woman who conducted...
Sorry. Ty, you had a question?
Yeah, I just have one question.
Okay, sorry. I was like, I thought that was in the debate.
I thought it was on stream, and I was like, they didn't respond, so I guess it was here.
Yeah. First, sorry for the delay. Second, is Lauren Southern that one chick that allegedly went all like white supremacist or something like that?
That's what Wikipedia says.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, because if that's the case, are we going to be looking at another incident similar to like Sargon getting embarrassed by Richard Spencer?
Wait, what?
Sort of. Did that happen?
I don't know.
Well, it's maybe not exactly something like that, but you know.
No, I didn't know that Sargon and Richard Spencer had a debate or anything like that.
I really didn't know that.
I don't know. I'm just wondering, just a random question, because I don't know.
What happened in that debate?
I'll show you later.
Okay, well,
just keep going. Just keep going. Don't mind me. I'm rambling.
Oh my god!
Wait, did he do the thing that got his Patreon taken away on that debate?
What? No. What happened with fucking the Sargon thing? They got his Patreon taken away. I don't think he was necessarily debating these white supremacists, but they were like showing up and trolling his chat. And so he started calling the white supremacists the N-word and said that you literally act like what you accuse these people of being. And he said, you're the real. And then he started saying to the white supremacists that they were the real N-words, right? And then the white supremacists clipped him saying that and sent it to Patreon, and Patreon banned Sargon based on him insulting white supremacists because the white supremacists complained, right?
Well, yeah, Richard Spencer, I'm pretty sure, is a white supremacist. That's what
he is.
Was that the debate?
No, I don't think it was a debate with Sargon. I literally think it was just white supremacists that showed up and started trolling him in the chat, and then he went after him, and then the white supremacists clipped him doing it, and then took it to Patreon, and Patreon banned Sargon, which is hilarious because they basically banned him for attacking white supremacy. Which is pretty funny.
Ironic.
Yeah. But as far as like the Lauren Southern thing, look, I don't know if, this is the problem. When you scream white supremacy, when you scream Nazi, and you scream all this other shit at literally just a standard conservative person or someone who's center left but just not agreeing with you on an issue, it comes to the point where they are claiming all these like terrible, evil things about Lauren Southern. And I'm like, I don't know what to fucking believe, because you will literally accuse anyone who disagrees with you of being a white supremacist, right? So good job, all the assholes who took away all meaning from that fucking word. But I if she is or isn't one, she actually has to show me doing something, because otherwise I'm not going to fucking believe it, because literally everybody gets fucking accused of being a white supremacist today.
The only thing else I really know about her is apparently she used to be like buddy with like Shoe on Head, and then all of a sudden they went their separate ways.
No, I mean, Shoe on Head thinks Vouch is attractive, so
yeah, she's a whole separate head case. So
yeah, hopefully the police catch her. She's literally insane. Thank you for the super chat, Alice. If you're talking about ILJ,
yeah,
I don't even think the cops are looking into her like in any way, shape, or form.
No, they are.
Are they?
Yeah, because the thread said to not contact the police because they're already looking into her for other shit. Apparently, like
okay, all right. I didn't see that in the thread. But more to the point. That's why I was telling my audience last night. So I was telling the chat, if you guys were here, I was like, I'm not going to tell you to contact the school, but I'm not going to disavow anyone's actions in contacting the school and showing those fucking chats where she openly brags about avoiding a Title IX investigation by lying to the investigators. Right? I'm not going to fucking disavow it, but I'm not going to fucking tell people fucking do it. I don't fucking put it on me. But like,
they already have it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would imagine other people have already fucking gone through the efforts of contacting the school to get her thrown out. But I don't think that she should fucking be there. I think she's a fucking psychopath.
Please give me a minute to go get some wine after hearing that name again.
yeah, go for it.
Well, she's going for cybersecurity, right? I don't think like someone who does this kind of shit should get an education in that kind of field. Like that probably shouldn't be allowed. Maybe I'm being
well, I mean, look,
there,
what I'm saying is, if she's going around and actively harassing people at the college, the way that they're fucking doing it, like, look, man, if you talk some shit, that's one thing. But when you're actively getting other people to go spam a fucking TikTok account with a bunch of fucking bigoted shit, right? And you're doing it specifically to the students at the school that you go to, I think the school has every right to throw your ass out.
She's secretly recording them. She's hacking them. She's blackmailing them. Like it's just crazy. Like, you do not need to know any more hacking shit. Like, you do not need to know cybersecurity.
It goes way past her just talking shit on a Discord server. They're literally setting up people to go and harass people. I think that that's enough to get your ass thrown out of college. GG Evan, thank you for the super chat. IBS 666, Sargon, and Richard Spencer.
I think that might have been the one that I was thinking of, that where
I don't know
where Spencer tells Sargon, "You think you are this intelligent person, but I'm afraid to tell you you're not," or something like that. And apparently, a lot of people in like the skeptic community were like disappointed with how Sargon handled that debate. That's kind of where I was getting at. Is this going to be another one of those debates where it's like,
everybody is very disappointed in how Lance and this other jackass handled themselves in this debate. I showed it on the stream earlier, but the other person here on the stream, this Twin Tail Rabbit or whoever he is, purged their YouTube account and changed the YouTube channel name after this debate. So yeah, it was pretty fucking bad. Yeah. GG Evan, thank you for the super chat. ILJ would fit right in at the NSA.
I'd rather she not.
Truer words were never spoken.
I'd rather she not fondle my... Oh no, wait, I'm thinking of the TSA. Never mind. Wait, am I thinking? I don't know.
I mean,
please pardon me. I just got home from work. My mind is still a little.
You're good. Prismatics, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Really appreciate it. You know, actually, I want to say, I don't want to say the person's name because they said something that was a little bit more personal. But I got a message on Patreon a few days ago. I went to the Patreon, I read it, and you know, they were saying like, you know, I guess they were going through a really hard time and they were having a lot of fun when we do the streams and everything. They say got them through some shit. And I was really appreciative of it. I said, I'm glad that we're just entertaining for people, but I was really happy to hear that we got somebody through some shit. And it was like, yeah, that's exactly why I'm like a tier 3 on Patreon and everything. I was like, and the YouTube member, I was like, my guy, you don't have to do all that, but I really fucking appreciate it. I'm just happy to hear that we're entertaining for people, but you know, knowing that, you know, we were able to help somebody with some shit made me feel actually pretty good. So,
damn it.
So to that individual, I don't want to say their name because I don't want to reveal any of their own personal drama or anything. But I felt really good getting that message from you last night. So thank you.
The GPR herself actually went to my university. She said herself, we cannot confirm anything. This is simply an assumption based on, and I would encourage people watching to go and take a look at what images ground penetrating radar show. They just show anomalies in the ground. They don't give you any context. They don't tell you if bodies are there. The anomalies could appear to be graves. Do they know if this grave site is just an overgrown graveyard? Do they know if it was the community graveyard? Do they know if there are any bodies in what these ground anomalies look like? No. And this is the facts of the case. The woman who did the ground penetration test in Kamloops, which sparked this all off, stated, we cannot know if there are any bodies under here until someone has dug this up and they've exhumed the bodies, if they are there. And not only that, but the tribe leader there in Canada of the Kamloops band that brought out the initial statement about this said, even if there are bodies under the ground here, it's not a mass grave. And these are just preliminary findings, which has been the general consensus of all of these grave sites found. That they are.
Now, I want to stop it just for a quick second so you guys can see something. This is on Destiny's channel. Let me stop the screen for just a second. So Destiny actually looked up the individual who did the test that Lauren cited. And let's see here. So this is that Sarah Boulier. I don't know how you say it, but she's the one who ran the survey, right?
Of the apple orchard at the Schwetmink Museum and Heritage Park. This area of interest was chosen for the survey based on a number of factors. First, the knowledge keepers' oral histories that recall children as young as 6 years old being woken in the night to dig holes for burials in the apple orchard. Second, a juvenile rib bone that surfaced in the same area. Third, a juvenile tooth that was excavated from a shovel test pit during an impact assessment conducted by Simon Fraser University's archaeology department. A juvenile tooth is not an indicator of loss of life, but given both discoveries, the possibility should not be discounted. As a preliminary assessment, this project sought to first ascertain the likelihood of human burials within the study area. Second, begin a preliminary assessment of the possible locations of specific burials. And finally, develop steps to further this work in order to confirm the number and location of possible burials.
Right, and ground penetration.
Okay, so there's another clip of her talking as well. Here we go. So here's the thing, right? This is the person that actually ran the survey. Had fucking Lance or this other dumbass with him actually known any of this and actually seen this video, they could have refuted what Lauren was saying right there and said they found bones and they found teeth in this area, right? And they could have said, I think it's reasonable to assume that based on other stories, which this woman cites herself, right, of those indigenous people saying that they were digging holes for bodies in the dead of night, I think it would have been a stronger fucking rebuttal to Lauren, right? But the thing is, Lance and this other individual don't know shit about any of this stuff, right? They're going off of shit that they read on fucking Twitter.
Well, your mistake is assuming that any NPC is going to be doing any research anyway, dude.
It's true. Like,
like it kind of goes along with like the mainstream stuff, because a lot of what they're saying is basically what's being, you know, put out there as like a the popular opinion, you know, like, and you're right about this being a good rebuttal, because I can see like, well, you know, clearly there are, you know, bodies there, so that way you can kind of like, you know, but it still doesn't rebuttal the whole mass grave thing, because that's a very specific definition.
It doesn't. Well, it doesn't. But at the very least, you could say the reason why they went to that site specifically is because indigenous people have stated that they were, you know, burying bodies in this apple orchard, right? And then you could say that they found bones that in that area. It wouldn't rebut the entire point, but it would be at least a lot of supporting evidence that those two could at least state and say that, well, it's not confirmed. It's at least a reasonable assumption if the indigenous people at the time are saying that they were burying bodies in that area. But I mean, you then go into the other statements as well. Either way, anything would have been fucking better than the shit that they're going to pull here in just a second.
Oh, I can't wait.
I want to just play this other part here because I think she definitively states that the testing of the grounds can in no way definitively declare what other people are saying right now.
Was conducted in prospection mode. This means ranging across the study zone, following the guidance of the community members, capturing anomalies as screenshots in the digital video logger, and flagging anomaly locations on the ground for further investigation. A preliminary investigation such as this is not intended to provide exact numbers or final results, but rather to confirm the existence of burials. These results are as conclusive as GPR allows, but only forensic investigation with excavation will provide definitive results.
Okay, so
essentially what she's saying, I mean,
she literally said what Lauren said.
Burial took place here, but
yeah,
it's not a mass burial yet, sort of thing.
Well, what she's saying is like this is as conclusive as these tests can get, but it's not definitive proof of anything, and you will have to exhume the area to confirm any further statements. At one point, she also says we do need to walk things back a little bit until that can happen, right? So
like,
this is
like I keep cutting everyone off. Okay, go for it. Go first.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
Keep on. I'm trying. Like, oh, he's done talking. I can jump in. Okay.
Oh, crap.
I was going to say, like, even like from telling like the numbers, because the numbers from the residential schools right now, they've been, except for Kamloops and except for Saskatchewan, they've been very like rounded numbers. So like, let's say you'll have like 35 in one, and then 35 in the other, and then 160 at one, and then 160 to the other. Like, it's clear that the numbers are not exactly, it's not a perfect system. We won't know until we exhume this area, and that's kind of a touchy subject as well, because some people don't want to exhume the area in these indigenous communities. So it's a very, again, it's a very hard to say how many people are there, if the numbers are correct, but there's clearly something to indicate that there is, something there. It's not just hearsay. It's,
Yeah. Well, I guess my main point, because the reason why I wanted to show that is this woman does exist. She did do the studies. She is the person that they're all quoting. I want you to see how Lance and this other individual handle that claim from Lauren after she directly quotes that lady, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it gets fucking bad here. Also, Gruntman, love you too, no homo. Oh, hold on, wrong one. Give me a sec.
There you go, Gruntman. He acknowledged you.
Not mass graves, and portraying it as such is deliberately misstating the truth and trying to make it seem as though Canada were committing some Holocaust where they were lining children up, shooting them, and throwing them in a grave that they dug, when we are talking about graveyards, if there are any bodies at all.
Okay, but you just said that the woman who did the GPR examination went to college with you. The director of the company that actually did it is a man named Julio. So who did you go to school with?
No, she's an instructor at the university.
Julio.
And I mean, I can read her name here. So this is the girl who did the GPR technology test, which once again, GPR cannot pick up organic matter. Her name was Sarah Bellew. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm terrible with French names. So she conducted the search herself, and she stated nothing she has found can be confirmed unless excavations are done at the scene. These excavations have not happened.
I didn't hear you tell two rabbits.
So this is from the Globe and Mail.
Hold on.
Give me a moment. I was trying to hear. Give me. Okay, let me just start. When I'm talking, nobody else is supposed to talk. I didn't hear what Tale of Two Rabbits was saying earlier. Could you repeat what you were trying to say?
Well, at this point, I'm a little bit lost. She's friends with someone whose name she doesn't know how to pronounce, who isn't the director of the company who was hired to do the scanning. So at this point, I don't understand exactly what it is we're discussing. I thought we were.
So to be clear, Lauren said that this is the woman who ran the study, right? This is not her friend. This is not like her bestest buddy. This is just happens to be an instructor at the college that she went to, right? She names her. She says she's the one who did the study, and even cites the article that is directly quoting this woman. And Taylor Two Rabbits' response is, "I'm very lost here. I don't know who this person is. She's saying that she went, that her friend, whose name she doesn't know, said something."
Okay, well, to be fair to Tail Two Rabbits, I'm not quite sure. Like, I don't know much about, I know a good chunk about this, but I don't know like the companies and who's doing it. So it could be possible that perhaps there's two different groups working on it, but I don't know. Maybe she's talking about the Kamloops and their guys talking about
okay, so actually I did look into this one. The Kamloops area was, this is the company that did it. She's the one who did the survey for said company. So there's like, I would be fair to Tail of Two Rabbits, except for the fact that Lauren said that she's the one who's cited in these articles, right? Like, at the end of the day, right, these two dumbasses, because Lance is nodding along with all this other bullshit, had they done any amount of fucking research, they would know exactly who she is talking about, right? But they have no fucking concept of who this individual is because they didn't look into this at all. They thought that they could just show up, they have the right fucking opinion, and they don't have to do any research. Lauren's directly quoting the woman who actually did the survey, but because Lauren said, I went to college where this person was a teacher, they immediately just start dismissing and gaslighting her statement, and they do it multiple times throughout this debate. That's why I said this is why these two come across as so fucking stupid, because at the end of the day, like, if you want to refute what the expert actually said, that's fine, right? Or if you want to clarify what the expert statement was and say how it doesn't really justify Lauren's position, I think you could have done that too. But instead, they make it sound like Lauren just invented some person that's a friend of hers from college, and that's the expert that she's citing, right? I thought you were going to say something there, comment.
No, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the... I was going to say something, but I'm like, there's no point adding to it, yeah.
So, research is for shitlords.
It's kind of a horrible thing to say during a debate, You know, you think that that wouldn't be something that would be an issue, but whatever.
All right, I'm gonna play for like another little bit without interrupting.
Twitter.
Yeah, right.
We're here to discuss burning of churches and restorative justice. If you'd like to challenge GPR and whether or not it's efficacious in the use of archaeological remains, I would point you to SNL. Are you also challenging the
rabbit guy
of literally every site in the Americas that has?
Can I jump ahead?
Wait, I would tell two rabbits finish what they were trying to say. Can you finish that?
Because this is outside the scope of this conversation. I keep hearing affirmations of, "Oh, well, I know a person." I don't care that you know a person. I am talking about the company that did the work.
Isn't that how they function?
I'm talking about the woman.
I
did the search in Camels.
I know a person.
I know a person.
I know a person.
Right now,
There's so much talking right now.
Explains how she concluded 200 children were buried at Kamloops Residential School.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. How she concluded the 215 bodies were buried.
Why would you acknowledge that statement? You just said this person's fucking made up. Right? Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
I got no idea.
Imaginary person. What did they say though exactly? Because
okay. So she's stating what the article is actually titled, right? The article is titled "How So and So Discovered That There Were Such and Such Bodies Buried at the Kamloops Site," right? And so this rabbit guy immediately jumps in to go, "Well, stop right there! Stop right there!" It literally says it in the article headline. And like, first off, if your argument is the fucking headline agrees with you, that's stupid as shit too. But then Lauren's like, I don't care what the article headline says, right? Because what's actually in the fucking article is her fucking statement. Mind you, Rabbit was totally on board the moment there was something that agreed with his fucking viewpoint, right? Before then, he was just dismissing and gaslighting this as some imaginary person that Lauren made up, right? But as soon as he heard something that agreed with him, then he was willing to take that woman seriously.
I like how he's accusing her of making up someone like imaginary, but like, who is he talking about? Like, who's this guy he's referencing that's, part of this company? Is he real?
God.
Is he a real person?
I guess he's naming. I guess he's naming the director for the company or the person who owns the company, right? And I'm like, my motherfucker, right? I work for a company, right? The people that work at the very tippy top of the company have no fucking clue what I do each day. Literally, you know what? You know why they hire me to do the job? Because they don't want to do the fucking job. Because they're not experienced in doing the fucking job. So they get other people to fucking do the job. Right? So she's citing the person who actually did the study. And he's like, well, the head of the company, who in no way was involved and did not actually run the surveys themselves, he says otherwise. Like, just motherfucker. This guy is dumb as a bag of fucking melted butter.
And with once again, that's just media bullshit, because the article literally says she also stressed her findings cannot be confirmed unless excavations are done at the scene.
Can I jump ahead between the two of y'all?
Okay, 1 second. Lance was trying to say something before you, and so I wanted to make sure he got a chance to speak.
No, I wanted Tail to finish what he's saying, and then I'll go after counterpoints.
Okay, then we'll have Tail finish what he's saying, then we'll move over to counterpoints.
Okay. If she would like to challenge the findings of basic archaeology, then she's welcome to do so, but that's not why we're here, as I was led to believe.
You made this accusation against me. I responded, and I'm citing the individual who made these findings.
Oh God, can I bridge these two fucking perspectives, please? Because otherwise we're gonna spend the whole time on fucking minutia. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and bridge these two perspectives for the love of God. The primary contention is not, GPR or whether or not kids died or anything like that. The whole reason is the use of definitions in words. Ultimately, I would like to avoid semantics, and instead of fighting over semantics, I would like to talk about the concepts that we're trying to convey. The main objection that I think Lauren is poking to, that I would poke to as well, is basically the use of mass graves. When we use words like mass graves, basically what I conceptualize is people handed shovels, marched out into the woods, executed, and then thrown in shallow graves, and then dirt loosely thrown over them. Okay, that's the primary. That's
literally what a mass grave is.
And based off of historical fact, which I'm sure Tale of Two Rabbits and the Serfs can assert one way or the other, whether or not they agree with this, that's not what happened. They didn't march out 200 kids into the woods, execute them one at a time, throw them in a ditch, and throw dirt over them. And I have more points to this, but I just want to let's just bridge this gap on the definition of mass graves and keep it moving.
That guy's just sick of everything.
Yeah, totally. So, Lauren, you're already starting out with conspiracy theories. Whether or not you technologies you use, that's really not the debate right now. Because at the end of the day, the people who have been accused of these crimes, they in no short form have already, you've received a condolence from the Pope as an acknowledgement that something has happened here. There has been multiple instances.
You know what I fucking love about that statement? they contend that the Catholic Church has made no acknowledgments of what has happened, right? Okay, that's actually something they state during the fucking debate. This motherfucker then says, well, the Pope has apologized for these actions. The Pope is the head of the Catholic Church, you fucking retard.
Like,
holy shit.
Like, even if the Pope didn't say anything, like all the, from, you know, again, from a local perspective, from, you know, my country, all the different different Catholic groups here have already like, hey, yeah, this is horrible. Most of them anyways. There's been a few outliers, but for the most part, I'd say that, you know, they're all kind of saying, hey, what can we do to like mend relations? At least from what I've seen. There's been a couple of crazies out there, but you know, yeah, I don't know.
I'm like, first off, you know, you see what I'm saying, right? She brought up a valid point. She literally cited the woman that's doing the fucking survey. She even names the fucking chief, right? Who says that used to just be a cemetery, right? So it's not a mass grave. This motherfucker then says she's promoting conspiracy theories, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck, right? And then this motherfucker and this other dumbass who basically talked about how the Catholic Church has made no acknowledgments of any of these bad behaviors, right? They just did these terrible things. They won't even acknowledge what they've done. Then this motherfucker says, well, the Pope issued an apology. Well, then what the fuck? What are you even arguing at this point? Like, I fucking hate, like...
The apology wasn't enough.
It wasn't a real apology.
Well, you know, that's what they would probably argue, because that apology was given, like, I think 2012, and it was for, like, all Indigenous people all over the world. I think they want, like, I don't know. It's a weird... I think either people forgot it, or, like, they want a specific apology, or I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
See, I'm a little confused, though.
Yeah, you are?
I mean... Why would the Pope be apologizing? Because weren't most of the people who came over here Protestant?
I mean, yeah, like a good chunk of them were like, you know, Anglican run schools as well, and there were Roman Catholic schools. But I don't know. I never really understood with like I think it's good that, you know, local churches are more involved in the apology. Like the Pope's just like an old guy and like in Rome, he changes like every year. You know, I don't know if he would, you know, I mean, it's good that they apologize as well, but I don't know. I think he gave, when he gave his like his you know, everybody, let's apologize to all the Indigenous people in 2012. I think that was supposed to cover like everything. I don't know how I feel about it either way, but I think these people kind of want more like a, you know, direct type of apology type of thing, where like they're talking about this thing in specific. You know, so yeah, that's a whole different thing as well.
Personally, I just couldn't care less what the hell the Pope says. So
the Pope doesn't know where he is half the time. He's like, "Where am I?" And he's an old guy. He's like 90. You know, like come on.
Well, I guess like just we'll keep playing through the video, right? I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is why people are saying they get destroyed, right? Because even on the most basic of shit, these two know what they're talking about, right? Lauren and the other guy clearly prepared for the debate. These two idiots have no fucking clue what they're even talking about, right? It's not conspiracy theory when you literally cite the person that did the fucking study, and they're flat out stating that this does not definitively prove there's a fucking mass grave. And even this dumbass arguing, well, the Pope's apologized, so, I mean, obviously this happened. I'm like, the Pope's apology was a general apology for all of the bad things that happened to Indigenous people, right? Not him saying, we are so sorry. The Catholic Church acknowledges that we were executing children at the Kamloops site and we were shoving their bodies into holes and just covering it with dirt, right? These guys are fucking moronic as all fucking shit.
You expected any
different?
different?
The Mohawk tribe that have actually had to exhume bodies after ground penetration had been used. This is not something in which the ground penetrating radars have discovered these bodies, and then suddenly we don't have any idea about whether or not this is occurring. Also, the testimonies have been given in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which are numerous. We're talking thousands and thousands of people have attested to the treatment of the children in these residential schools. Once again, that is not a matter of did they line them up against the walls and shoot every single one of them in the face? That is not exactly what happened here. Once they became wards of the state, as in once they became the property of the federal government or the provincial government, their treatment then became their responsibility. So whether they died from experimental starvation, which is something that happened, whether they died from high rates of tuberculosis, which is something that happened, whether they died from torture, rape, or abuse, which is something that happened, 1 in 5 children was sexually abused in these schools. That was sexual abuse that was happening while, again, they were children as wards of the state. So it doesn't matter how you want to try and skirt past whether or not these crimes that occurred.
Okay. So none of that, nothing he just ran fucking through would justify calling that place a mass grave, right? Like nobody on this is the problem. Nobody on the panel, right, is saying that nothing bad happened in that area, right? Nobody there, right? Not even Lauren Southern, the Nazi fucking queen of fucking Hitler's reincarnation or whatever they want to fucking call her. Even she's not fucking making that statement. So everything he just ran through was completely fucking meaningless to their conversation at this point.
Did he mean just big graveyard when he said mass grave? Did he think there was
motherfucker? Steve, wait, because I believe the rabbit idiot is going to say, "Well, mass means big."
Oh my
God. Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Please tell me you jest.
Do you want to give? It was towards Lauren, but are you okay with counter responding?
Yeah, he can respond. Actually, Connor, can I just quickly make one clarification and then I'll jump to you? I never stated atrocities didn't happen at these schools. It was a very unfortunate thing in the 1800s and early 1900s particularly.
I just want to say one thing. I think a lot of people will say it's a very unfortunate thing, but when you say unfortunate, right, that immediately sounds like you're being dismissive. I don't think that was the point of what she was saying. I think she was just trying to move past this point. But
not the correct word.
That wasn't the correct word to use.
No.
Particularly in general, that there were horrific things going on at orphanages, boarding schools, residential schools, of course, and there's proof of this. But you have asserted, and I don't want to see you walk back on this unless you're going to admit it, that these were mass graves. You have asserted that they are evidence of genocide when the very chiefs of these tribes, who you're saying are talking about the lived experience in the area, have stated these are not mass graves. Some of these, if the bodies are found, we don't know whose graves they even are. They could be a mix of settler children as well who died of tuberculosis. And there was a pandemic going on at this time that the residential schools were at their peak. These could be reasons, but they were not.
I kind of want to point something out just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
I don't really buy that. There could be settler children there. I think that's a load of garbage. That's not a very good point. But she was correct about, like, for instance, there's like a pandemic of like tuberculosis and all these other diseases that went through there. She's correct about that. But I don't really like this insinuation that there's like, oh, there might be settler children there. Because that kind of implies that it wasn't really a graveyard for Indigenous children. I think that's a little bit, not decisive, but it's a little,
Well, I mean, Common Crane, I could say that there could literally be priests that got buried there too. Right?
Yeah.
The point is, we don't know who's in there. I don't think it was asserting that it was settler children and they're all in this community gravesite or anything like that. Right? I think her point was, we have literally no clue who's buried there.
Yeah,
right?
fair enough.
We have no clue why they were buried there. No, I get it. Like, one of the things I have a problem with the Serf statement, though, is he's making this statement like, well, because they were wards of the state, anything that happens to him at that point is the fault of Canada. I'm sorry, like, I don't know how you're going to blame Canada for a fucking pandemic. I mean,
yeah,
we could.
Like, well,
we could, but come on.
Especially like in like, I'd say like perhaps the period she's talking about is like the 1918-ish. We had a big, I'm not sure if you remember this, but everyone was like wearing masks. I'm not sure if you ever seen like pictures of this. It was like this really big outbreak of, I can't remember what it was, but it was like, it killed off a lot of like, people, a lot of Indigenous people, because they were living in, less than ideal standards, to say the least. So like, there was certainly a lot of diseases going around. She is true about that point, but I don't know. The settler thing, I wasn't like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, I get why you're saying it though. Like, it makes sense to me. I'm just like, it seems like such a weak fucking argument to try to pull that shit, but a lot of the stuff that goes on here seems like really weak fucking arguments. Give me 1 second here. All right.
And that is what I'm calling you out on. That's what I'm calling out all these activists on that have made this claim. And dying of tuberculosis, dying of disease. Well, of course, we can talk about horrific, the horrific conditions. To say that people were intentionally trying to give children tuberculosis, I think is absurd. But I'll let Connor keep going.
Yeah, so I just want to jump ahead descriptively because at the end of the day, like this is what I guess frustrates me about this conversation. So we can describe wrongs and evils on a spectrum, and we can just acknowledge that they're evil and that they're wrong. So, for instance, Lauren and I are both parents. If our children were taken from us, forcibly taught another language, wards of the state, and then by the way, like the demographics or the stats that I saw was literally like 70% tuberculosis, like 20% fire, and 10% death from exposure during attempted escape. So if my son was kidnapped from my home, forced to learn another language, given a different name, and then tried to escape back to me and died in the woods, I can't think of a more horrific thing to experience, except for my family being dragged out all at once and being executed. So on a spectrum, it's pretty much like the second worst thing that I can imagine. And I think that we can concede that while also basically trying to get into the historical detail. And by the way, like this isn't so much so whenever I'm trying to describe past historical wrongs or anything like that, I'm not trying to excuse it. Okay, I'm trying to be descriptive about the historical past. And then what I would say, I'll just jump out on this limb, is that by definition, by the UN's own definition, kidnapping children and then basically trying to destroy in whole or in part a certain demographic group or whatever is the definition of genocide. The question is, when did this end? Whether or not this is comparable to other historical atrocities, which if on a spectrum, you can probably say, and then whether or not that justifies current vandalism and current attacks on Christian churches. That's kind of like the crux of it for me.
Okay, one moment. I was given a link by Lance that I put in the chat about tuberculosis, and I will also put it in the group chat as well for everybody else. Lauren responded to Lance, so I want to give Lance some time to respond.
Yeah, so first off, there's studies that have come out now that say researchers say that tuberculosis at the residential schools was no accident. So again, that was one of the many things that were done to these children, including the fact that these children were experimented on by giving them various different degrees of sustenance, in that they were given malnutrition intentionally to see how children would react to different amounts of, say, milk and vitamins being given to them. The other thing to talk about when it comes to children in the residential schools and their atrocious numbers is, again, the mortality rate was about 40 to 60% in these Indian residential schools. If they are, like we've all established, I think we all agree right now that they were wards of the state, it doesn't matter what the cause of death was, even though the cause of death in many cases could be things like, again, physical or sexual torture, including traditional torture. There was an electrical chair in one of these schools. That being done, it doesn't matter if they died from starvation, it doesn't matter what. If you are taking children from their parents, you become responsible as their guardian for what happens to them. So all the deaths are responsible under the residential schools.
Yeah, okay, so like that's the part I disagree with, right? Because I think it like diminishes the deaths from actual atrocities when you sit there and say, well, because they're wards of the state and there's a pandemic happening, that means everybody who died of this disease, it's the fault of the government, right?
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
I mean,
and like these schools, you know, in particular, again, I might be mistaken on this one point, but like these schools were like, at least in some cases, they were extremely underfunded. So while there might be, like, for instance, a lack of food on purpose, I don't know anything about that, to be honest with you, so I can't speak of that. But there was a lack of food because sometimes they just didn't have the money for it, you know, because these were kind of like run down places. So I don't know. It's a weird. Again, it's still a horrible situation either way. But again, it all comes down.
Well, yeah, but like the argument that they were forcibly starving the children.
Yeah, like
I don't think that. I mean, I would need to see some sort of source from any of these individuals, but
yeah,
my problem is when Lance says something happens, he doesn't like cite anywhere to it. He just says it occurred, right?
Yeah, it's so, just you know,
again,
residential schools are kind of like this. Residential schools are kind of like this, you know, fucking Pandora's box. No matter how horrible you think they are, sometimes it can just be really horrible, you know. And it's hard to tell because, you know, who writes this stuff down? You know, there's a lot of oral stuff, but you know. It's very hard to tell, but you know, this guy's argument that's all on purpose. Then I don't know. Okay, I'm not talking.
Well, what's up, Ty?
Pardon my American ignorance, but these schools in question, were they in repressed areas at all?
I'm not too sure.
What do you mean by repressed areas?
You know,
sorry.
I don't know. What am I trying to get? Like low-funded areas and you know, just where the
these schools were kind of like their own little lower class. Sorry.
Yeah, where the lower class is kind of more prominent. And
these schools were kind of like I'm pretty sure they were a little bit isolated because they're residential schools, so people live there. They don't leave. You know.
Yeah.
So they weren't really in lower class areas. They were kind of close to reserves, but not close enough that they could get out and go back home.
Well,
so it's
hey,
kind of like this isolated area.
Real quick, Devin, you said 4,100 students died while attending schools, many from mistreatment or neglect, other from disease or accident. I think it's flipped, though, because Counterpoint stated, and I didn't hear Lance or the other guy refute him, but again, that could just be because they're too fucking stupid and they have no fucking clue. He said 70% died from tuberculosis, right? So, I mean, I think the majority died of disease and exposure, right? Not from mistreatment or neglect, although mistreatment and neglect was probably very rampant too.
Look, like for these, like, again, you gotta look at, like, you know, these are big numbers, and even one child is like a fucking tragedy, you know. There's no game past.
Well, but it's a big difference when, if you were to argue that 70% were being executed, and the other 30 died of natural causes or from fucking fires or whatever.
And it's also kind of important to press here that, again, these schools were around for a long time, you know, so we don't actually know when these children died. They could have all died at perhaps when the outbreak happened, or they could have been like, okay, well, this one died like in an accident, like a fishing accident or something. He fell off a boat, he went in the water, you know. It could have been like a once a month, it could have been once a day. We don't know. We won't know that until the bodies are exhumed, if they're exhumed. So
well, I don't think that the indigenous people that came from a New York Times article. Well, then you could, like, I no disrespect, but New York Times is kind of a trash fucking source when it comes to any story.
I'm sorry. Is that the one that hides behind a paywall? Because I will not take seriously any newspaper that hides behind a paywall.
It is, but look, I'll be clear. When Lauren talked about the article, right, that cites this one woman, and the citing is correct, right? The woman does say what Lauren says that she said, right? The article is literally titled something like how they proved the deaths of all these people, right? Or the mass graves or whatever, right? But then in the article, the woman that they're quoting, the one who ran the surveys, directly saying that this does not prove anything, right? So I would be very hesitant to trust something when it comes out of a New York Times article unless it's heavily fucking cited and sourced. But again, in terms of the purpose of this debate here, when Counterpoints, who seems to have actually done his research, says something like 70% died from tuberculosis, which I think that's probably closer to the truth than it isn't. None of the others actually jump in. In fact, Lance's argument isn't that's not true. Lance's argument is it doesn't matter what they died of. They were wards of the state, and so the state is responsible for every single death, right? Nobody seems to be refuting the statistics that Counterpoints mentioned.
Point is going to be this. We cannot talk about this as if it's something that happened a long time ago and just a sordid part of our past. The last residential school in Canada closed in 1996. Okay, if you want some context, the last time Canada won the Stanley Cup was 1993. Fucking Nirvana was still playing. You know, like that's not generations ago.
Okay, I need to interject with one stat. There's one stat that I just need to clarify.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so Lance, you're saying that the mortality rate was 40 to 60%. You're talking about like individual schools, right? Not like the entirety of the program, right?
So according to the Dr. Bryce report, which was the medical inspector for the Department of Indian Affairs, he said the over sum total death was around 40 to 60% mortality rate for children in Indian reservation schools.
Okay, then I want to address this head on, because basically the current historical estimate total for deaths is around 4,000. As we've already talked about previously in the debate, total participants are around 150,000. That puts the death rate at roughly 2.5%. So if you're talking about the roughly 40 to 60%, what I read was that there were some schools where there were fires. So as a result, like 70% or 60% of the student body died in that fire. I also read that there were tuberculosis outbreaks. So within that subset of a specific school, like let's say there were 30 kids, 60% of them died in a horrific way. And again, like whenever I'm being descriptive, I'm not trying to minimize this, okay? I'm not trying to minimize this. But I'm just trying to clarify that 150,000 students weren't taken into a boarding school and then 40 to 60% of them died. That's just not factually accurate.
See, and that's the other issue you have with statistics. Like with the New York Times article saying like the majority died of abuse and neglect. If New York Times is going to cite one school where the majority of the students did die of abuse and neglect, but then frame it in a way that was what was happening at every single school, it'd be very easy to do. Lance actually just tried to do that, right? argue that 40 to 60% of the students died, right? Well, if 150,000 students were involved, only 4,000 died. Clearly, that's not accurate, right? Now, 4,000, again, that's too many. But he literally just tried to sneak in some bullshit fucking statement that 40 to 60% of the students at the schools died, right? If one school got set on fire and they lost 60% of the student body, it's true for that one school, right? But, I mean, 4,000 out of 150,000, obviously the numbers are a lot lower, right? Which, when they bring up this statistic of 1 in 5 being sexually assaulted, I mean, I'm willing to believe the number is very high, but when he tried to make it sound like nearly half the fucking students out of 150,000 died, when it's in reality something like less than 3%, I just don't trust Lance. I don't trust anything that motherfucker is saying at this point.
Also have one thing I want to respond to Lance here, because this is really important.
Sure,
and
would it be possible to allow Lance to respond to that first, and then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So from
Right.
so from the same study counterpoints, it turns out that 90% of them suffered severe physical, emotional, or sexual abuse at the hands of the people who were guarding them. As a result of that, many of them also committed suicide. So it isn't simply a matter of them dying.
Well, I don't, you see, even that 90% suffered severe emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, right?
He just lumped everything into one and made it sound like a big statistic.
Yeah, that's again, right? Like, look, I would say that 100% of the students suffered emotional abuse.
Yeah,
right?
emotional abuse 100%. You know, like,
like fuck Christ, man. Like, emotional abuse is definitely, like, being removed from your parents is emotional abuse. So every single one of those students suffered emotional abuse. You then are going to argue 100% of the students suffered emotional, physical, or sexual abuse. It's that's fucking bullshit. This guy's so fucking dishonest. I swear to God.
In fires, a matter of them dying by tuberculosis, a matter of them dying by starvation, which of course were all accountable reasons. If 90% of the children are suffering one of those conditions, I think you'd all agree that on some, like the sum total of this was an atrocity being committed.
Sure, and just because I was directed at
no one's disagreeing with that.
Yeah, nobody does, but this is how this guy fucking argues. Oh, well, if you're basically saying atrocities doesn't happen, he's literally gonna fucking say it later, right? And it's fucking great. GG Evan, thank you for the super chat. The long and short of GPR, it only detects disturbances within the soil, such as fertile signals, cavities, air pockets, and water paths. Yeah. I don't think that I don't think that's untrue. It detects disturbances and anomalies within the soil, right? It can't actually discover physical fucking bodies and tell you who was buried there and how they died.
Yep.
Yeah, but Lauren was next.
If you've got a quick point, go and then
I'll so fast. Again, whenever I'm being descriptive, I'm not trying to minimize what the fuck happened. It was fucking awful. I'm just trying to be descriptive so we are accurate. Because if I heard that 150,000 of my countrymen were, or ethnicity or whatever, were put through a system and 60% of them died, then maybe I would be Molotov cocktailing some shit, right? That's why we need to be very specific about what happened historically, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to have this discussion.
Okay. Also, Lance, people asking for the source on what you've provided. Could you send that over to me?
Yeah, of course.
Over to Lauren.
Cool. Yeah. So this is something that really rubs me the wrong way. Whenever people talk about residential school programs and compare the residential schools that were opened in the 1800s to the ones that existed in the 90s and were closed down then. If we talk about, for example, Lance talked about an electric chair existing and then said the last residential school that existed was shut down in 97. That school was called Cavalic Hall, and 96. It was closed in 96. It was closed in the Northwest Territories. It was not set up as a residential school. In fact, it was a whole legal battle with the Canadian government to even get it registered as a residential school, because what it actually was it was a hostel/boarding room that was set up for kids who did not have families that were near high schools because they were too rural. So the Northwest Territories government said, okay, we need to create boarding in the town. And then if kids are way far out in the middle of nowhere, we can give them the option to go to high school so they have somewhere to stay. An Indigenous kid came out, stayed in this boarding area, and then later took the government to court to get reparations for residential schools, claiming that it was a residential school because he was removed from his family home by the government for the purpose of education, and that he started speaking his language. He started forgetting some of his language while he was going to an English-speaking school, and thus that was part of the destruction of his history. And to compare this to schools where there was abuse going on, where there was tuberculosis outbreaks, and where people were being forcibly removed from their homes, and comparing that to schools where it's like, hey, you know, kids that are in rural areas can't have a high school education. Let's create a hospital for them.
1 moment. Wait.
That's absurd. You can read the case. I encourage everyone watching this to read the case.
Stream seems to have crashed, which is
okay.
She crushed the stream.
Right?
Listen, I got no idea who this lady is, but I don't know. She's convincing me a little bit. I don't know who this last guy
is. See, this is what I'm talking about. These two that are debating against her are doing such a terrible fucking job, right? Look, maybe everything Lauren's saying is fucking bullshit there, right? But she's citing an actual fucking court case because Lance is saying the residential schools were up and running until 96. I fucking doubt that. Right, I really highly fucking doubt that these same fucking schools were still in taking in students in 1996. She just clarified exactly what the situation was. Lance is not going to acknowledge it.
Yeah, if you want to be like technical, I guess it did just residential schools did last a long time, but I don't think the same level of I don't know. It's a weird subject because
some of the residential schools were also being run by the tribes at this point,
yeah,
right? Because the Canadian government gave them those schools so that they could educate their children and everything, right? So, huh?
I was about to say residential schools is always kind of weird to me because we always talked about them. Well, I always talked about university, but how they were formatted or how how did it work? You know what I mean? I wouldn't have known that they've taken over some later on.
I guess the problem is Lance is trying to make it sound like the conditions at these schools were still in effect up until the mid to late 90s. That's fucking bullshit, right? It looks like the majority of what was going on happened in the early 1900s, right? Which would make a lot of sense. I don't think Canada in the fucking 90s was ripping apart fucking Indigenous people, Indigenous children from their parents and still forcing them to go through these conditions. I highly fucking doubt that. And the fact that she can actually cite an actual court case would tell me that she's done the fucking research and Lance fucking hasn't.
How bad is it?
You guys still hear me?
How bad is it that they're making me kind of want to side with her? That makes me feel dirty.
I don't know who she is.
Because they're doing such a bad fucking job.
Listen,
because they're doing such a bad fucking job.
I don't know who she is, but right now she's coming off as the more informed one. Perhaps she's this horrible, ranting racist, behind the screen, but just, the first time seeing her.
This is the part where he says the stream crashed. I'm just going to skip ahead a couple seconds or a couple minutes.
Bad ever happened in that school is one of the dumbest statements I've ever.
Hold on.
Just inmates are.
Can you guys still hear me?
I can. It looks like it's still.
I can't skip ahead because this part's really good.
Yeah, it's still going on mine.
Huh. Well, that's very annoying. Okay. Well, I guess we can continue if everybody else is still streaming it. Then we'll let it keep going. Lance, you can respond to that, of course.
Yeah, I guess my first response would be that if your assertion is that nothing bad happened at that school and then therefore it doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
My statement as to which the last residential school closed in 1996.
Bro, you need a hug.
Resorting to pedantry. That doesn't change the fact that it was still considered a residential school. And I would also like you to provide evidence that nothing bad ever happened in that institution. Regardless of that fact, it doesn't change the overarching problem that these residential schools are not a sorted part of our past. We're going to eventually have to evolve into the child and foster care system because that was an evolution of the residential schools. And also talk about the fact that within the criminal justice system of Canada, almost 40% of all the Indigenous inmates are survivors of the residential school system. So the trauma that occurred in the residential schools did not simply end once the schools themselves closed. They would then continue as the individuals would work into society. And I guess that's where I would leave that one. If I know Tail hasn't talked very much, if he wants to inject something here.
Oh, okay. I mean,
got a response to that.
Yeah.
Anybody's free to grab it.
Okay, because stating prove to me that nothing bad ever happened in that school is one of the dumbest statements I have ever heard. Something bad happens in every school, whether it is the fanciest, nicest, wealthiest, whitest school on the planet. Bad things happen at every school. The argument there is that schools in the 1800s deliberately removing kids from their parents, taking them in, there being abuse, mass disease, horrible conditions, is different from a school that is set up or a housing area that is set up voluntarily for kids to go and stay there so that they can be somewhere with a high school in the area. Like you have to acknowledge that there is a difference between a lot of the schools in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that when people talk about the residential school system still existing were voluntary. They weren't being removed from their homes. They're called residential schools because they were still technically under colonial education. So they were not being taught their languages. They were not being taught their culture. And we can talk about how that could be a problem, but to compare that to the residential schools where children were being ripped away from their families is just not even on the same level. And I find that extremely disingenuous.
Sure. So if that's the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life, you've lived a more privileged life than I thought possible. And I'm just going to say this, the burden of proof would then be upon you. If you're going to assert that this school doesn't really constitute a residential school because at the end of the day, nothing bad happened here related to the same systems in place from the other residential schools in Canada, then again, please demonstrate that with some kind of factual evidence.
I mean, okay, so the Canadian government argued that it wasn't a residential school, but, and I'm telling you, sure, it is registered as a residential school, but the reason is this individual who wanted to get compensation was able to make the argument, I was removed from my family to go to an education system which did not uphold my language. And the removal from the family was voluntary. His claim that it was his only option, and he claims that he was told he should go there, even though he only has a signed affidavit and no proof of that. People can go read the case themselves. So it's like, I'm just saying, if you want to say that's what residential schools were and say that's the same as all the past ones, then I'm actually not feeling that bad for the past ones. But of course they're not the same. Of course. Like,
yeah, and what I'm saying is that you're being caught in the pedantry of trying to assert that this one residential school doesn't count.
You see what I mean? Like, you know, you look better when you can actually acknowledge your own fucking bullshit, right? And then move past it. This guy is so fucking dumb. Holy shit. Like, it's on you to prove it. It's like, okay, then read the fucking court case. Like, he wasn't forced to go to the school. He was told he should go to the school. And he said that he was forced to go because it was the only option to get an education. And that his abuse was that they didn't teach in his language.
You know what's kind of weird about that as well? If this is like, what, in the 1960s or something?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure when this
I think this was in the 90s. There was like 90. This was the school in like 96.
Okay, well, right? At some point, well, Canada's well known for having like two national languages, you know, English and French. But at some point, I can't remember when this was implemented or if this is even true. So again, I don't know, but I remember hearing this. I remember that Inuk. I'm not sure if that's a correct pronunciation, but the language used by, you know, Inuit peoples, I'm not sure, again, you know, I could be all wrong here, but was made an actual like national language in either the 1960s or later on. I think it was by Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but the point I'm trying to make here is that if that is true, then the language, it was a different situation at that point. If this is true,
well, I mean, like the problem is, he pushed her. She already cited something. He pushed her again, and she cited the same thing, and then clarified everything with the case. And his response is to just dismiss all of it, right?
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about, not doing any fucking research. Maybe what she is saying is all fucking bullshit, but Lance clearly has no comprehension of what she's talking about.
He's just skirting around it, and he's throwing.
It's so annoying listening to this guy talk, right? Because look, I mean, look, she could be completely wrong about the facts of that case, right? Yeah. But given that you're talking about the residential schools, and that would be the most recent case involved with those residential schools, you'd think that you would have done like an ounce of fucking research into it so you could refute her fucking point.
Yeah, like, yeah. I don't know what this guy
at the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm going to smoke a little fucking bitch for the next hour and a half.
My statement, and it remains the same, was that the last residential school closed in 1996. That is just a factual statement.
They were not okay. Well,
and now you would like to establish on top of that.
1800s.
Yes, and if you want
to,
and can you establish then that nothing bad happened in that school? And if you can,
fine. But
at the end of the day, again, this is pedantry. It's just like this is probably one of the weakest gotchas I've seen so far.
It's not.
Is it?
Oh my God.
Yeah. So for another example of this and why it matters is some of the places called residential schools that retained the name residential schools well into the 80s and 90s were even run by native bands themselves. They were handed over. So if you're going to talk about how these residential schools were committing atrocities well into the 80s and 90s, then we're going to have to start punishing and asking for apologies from native bands themselves, like the Seagull Says band, who held onto the residential school and ran it for 16 years. So yes, it does matter what happened and what these schools.
Does he have a response?
He's not saying anything.
He can't say shit,
bro.
You're free to respond.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if Tail's still here.
I'm just baffled. So far,
I'll
we've denied the Indian Act. We've denied the removal policy.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. He had no response. Tails, do you want to take it over? Like, motherfucker, and he shuts his camera off too.
And Tails just switched.
Can we just call it what it is? He just
and Tails just switched to talking about the Indian Act.
Wait, no. He's saying that they're denying that the Indian Act ever existed.
What?
Like, this never comes up. Hold on, I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna go back like a couple seconds. Okay, I'm just gonna go back a couple seconds so you can see this shit happen. Listen to fucking Tails, right? The fucking genius motherfucker, indigenous game enthusiast.
So yes, it does matter what happened and what these schools turned into later on.
You're free to respond.
Oh, sorry, I don't know if Tails still here.
At this point, I'm just baffled. So,
okay,
so far,
I'll let you speak.
We've denied the Indian Act.
When
did that come up?
When? It's never come up. We're 38 minutes in, and nobody has mentioned the Indian Act.
How can you deny the Indian Act?
It's being denied.
How can you deny that? How is that even possible?
They never even talked about it.
I'm just like imagining someone like closing their eyes and like blocking theirs. Like, what? No, I never heard of that. Like, what? That's not. Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know.
So Devin, let me just be very clear. I don't know anything about the Canadian system. I really don't. You're probably more educated on than I am. But my point is, if you're watching this fucking debate, right, and you have no concept of any of this stuff, right, you're literally going to think that Lauren is right about literally everything because this dumbass can't fucking refute a single thing she says. He literally can't refute a single fucking thing. And this motherfucker then says they're denying the Indian Act. It's never even come up. How can you deny something you haven't even talked about yet?
Like, it's not like, I agree with her just because, I don't know. It's like a weird, juxtapose, you know what I mean? Where, like, one side is just so, you don't even know what they're saying at some points, like they're just kind of going with it. They're just going on a big ramble. And I'm like, well, you're not.
This shit is fucking amazing. It's
you gotta put up a smoke screen if you have no actual response.
Oh man.
That was there.
Jay Lightning. Crow, can I come onto the stream, deny all your points, and then say his screen's still here? I mean, that's basically what fucking happened. Holy shit. No, he's going to go into more things that they've denied. It's fucking amazing.
I kind of like how he's just basically passing it on to him. Like, oh, he's still here?
Hold on. You got to hear all the stuff he's going to fucking
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I'll let you speak.
We've denied the Indian Act. We've denied the removal policy. We've denied that because one guy said a bad thing incorrectly once, therefore all atrocities never happened. We've denied.
No one's saying no atrocities happened.
That's what we said.
Wait.
That's what we said.
Let's let him finish.
We've denied mass graves exist, even though the definition of mass is big.
There you go. There you go. What? That's what I was telling you.
What?
Yes.
Bro.
It's this dude. He literally said we denied mass graves exist, even though the definition of mass means big, right? Can you imagine, right? You're gonna go visit your loved one who's passed away, and you're like, let's go to the mass grave and go say goodbye to daddy. God damn, motherfucker! Holy shit!
I'm gonna give him just a little bit of credit. I'm gonna just pretend that he misspoke or he's it's just a slip. I'm just gonna pretend that because there's no way. There's no way anyone actually.
He fucking did it! You just heard him fucking do it! What do you fucking mean?
I know, but I just want to give him some benefit of the doubt because that just goes right over my head.
Mass equals big mass chunk is this fucker. God damn.
I mean, I guess mass does equal big in a certain sense, but not,
Did that actually just happen?
It literally just happened. I'm gonna keep playing it.
Look at her face, man.
Look at it. Come on. You gotta respect the Dylan guy moderating because he's able to keep a straight face through all this shit. I'm like, oh my god. This guy is so fucking dumb. Holy shit. Man.
At this point, I'm just lost. What definitions are we even working with? I'd really like some clarification on some of this. I mean,
so is a graveyard a mass grave?
If we're going to throw out the Indian Act as even a discussable topic, then feel free. I have no trouble with that.
You can bring it up
I was led
yet.
to believe The initial conversation was on restorative justice.
Yeah.
If we're going to backtrack on that topic, okay.
Okay, we're not backtracking on shit. If you want to talk about that topic, then start talking about that topic. But like seriously, all right. So I literally took 10 seconds to Google the word mass grave. It says a pit dug in the ground to receive a large amount of corpses. If a lot of bodies are buried individually because they're dead, then is a cemetery a mass grave?
Do you have evidence that they were all individually dug according to?
My God.
I'm not trying. Okay, let me not be a dick. Okay, I'm not going to be a dick. I'm just going to try to break it down. So
are you both incapable of letting me finish a sentence?
I am perfectly.
Lauren, only a few moments ago, we're talking about pits, right? According to Lauren, GPR is incapable of identifying bodies. So how would it know whether or not they were all buried at the same time?
Okay, so I'll address this because I'm not Lauren. If you want me to,
feel free.
Okay, what I would say is that based off of all of the reading that I've made, there's for the audience at fucking home again. I'm just trying to be descriptive. I'm not trying to
take it easy, Kira.
Okay, trying to be descriptive so we can all get on the same page descriptively. All right, on the same page. Let's keep going. As far as I can tell, from what I've seen from the historical record of the Canadian residential school system, what happened was, let's just call it cultural genocide. They took kids forcibly from people's homes, brought them to a boarding school, forced them to all live together with very limited supervision because of poor conditions, malnutrition, and basically lack of supervision. Kids were abused. Kids had improper medical care. They had improper nutrition. And a bunch of them died from I don't want to say tuberculosis is an easily preventable disease, but from disease, okay? A significant chunk of them died from disease from the conditions that they were forced into, okay? We're conceding that point. Now, also, on top of that, a lot of them died in fires because these buildings were built like shit, okay? So a decent chunk of them died from fires. And then even on top of that, a lot of kids tried to escape because the conditions were so poor and they died from exposure. That is the historical record as far as I understand it. Now, if we're going to bring this down to the American level, I can tell you that the United States of America, especially before the 19th century, does have mass graves. Guaranteed. Because what we did instead is we just fucking killed Native Americans, okay? So again, this is a spectrum of awful. I'm not trying to say it's good or bad. I'm just trying to be descriptive. So when we're talking about these graves, we're probably talking about kids who died either from tuberculosis, fire, or exposure, and they were probably buried after they were dead. Mass grave to me, because maybe I'm just a lay person, but mass grave to me implies that we are marching people out into an area, we're fucking killing them, and we're throwing them in a pit. That is my understanding of it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
As opposed to digging a hole for all of the bodies of the kids who died in the fire that all happened at once.
Indigenous
do you think that the priest set the fire, or do you think it was accidental? Because that's kind of important.
Do you think that there's no such thing as a mass grave at these residential schools using the conditions that you yourself just set on the restriction of the definition of that term?
Fine, Tail, you fucking win, okay? Maybe 7 kids were all buried at the same time and it's a mass grave. Can we get to the fucking descriptive part of it? Like, can we get back to like reality?
I would love to.
Can I please jump in here?
What am I watching?
Okay, I have a question for you. We're talking about the mass graves that the media have alleged happened, that Lance has been tweeting about, that progressives have been tweeting about, and you're saying that they are mass graves where people just dug pits. Because I just want to let everyone know, GPR technology can only find anomalies in the soil. It can't find bodies. So the way that they are trying to find, or how they claim they're trying to find these individual bodies or find these numbers, how they're getting the 250 number, how they're getting that 750 number, is they're saying they're finding burial spots and graves. And that's why some have also been mistaken for that they've said they were, Native children buried, but it ended up just being a graveyard. So if we're talking about GPR technology that is finding individual...
Actually, to be clear, one of the sites they thought was a mass grave, they literally dug up a cemetery.
Yeah, that was I think it was in Saskatchewan. That was the 751, which despite it being, I think they said it was like, it could be children there, and it could be Indigenous adults, and it could be just a cemetery. Like, it was a cemetery, but it was like a very, variety. But despite all that, everyone just kind of ran with the number, and
That's the other thing I just want to say real quick before I play the video. If the local tribal chief is literally telling you it was a cemetery, I think it's fucking disgusting that people would want to exhume the bodies to prove it's a mass grave. You literally have the indigenous people of the area telling you it was a cemetery, right? It would be very disgusting to then go in and then dig up their bodies, right? Yeah, that should not happen at all.
So when we say cemetery, we're talking about like the standard burial thing, where
standard burial.
I think. Oh, sorry.
So they're conflating the numbers.
Dude, they literally asked this dumbass, "Are you calling a cemetery a mass grave?" And he will not give them an answer. He could just say yes. He could just say yes. That's what he thinks a fucking mass grave is. But he's really fucking stupid. He's really fucking stupid. But at the same time, he's talking like he's the most educated person on that fucking stream. Motherfucker. I swear to God, when he says he plays Indigenous games, I literally think all he does is masturbate to Custer's Revenge.
Individual graves, and these are what is being called mass graves. They literally cannot be mass graves because it's only detecting individual burial spots. So no, this whole idea that you're saying that, yes, it was pits and bodies were thrown in. No, based on the technology that was used and the way they are counting and getting these numbers, it's impossible.
Nope, I've already conceded it. You can't take it back. Forever. That's the record now.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, mass graves, whatever. The reason we need to establish what crimes happened to talk about retributive justice is we need to know what the retributive justice we're discussing was for, right?
Sure,
that's why we're discussing
absolutely. Okay, so I'd like to answer that one for you. This is a question to both Counterpoints and Lauren. As of now, how many priests and nuns have been convicted for sexual crimes against children as a result of the residential school system?
Dude, I'm on the same page. If priests and nuns committed sexual assault against kids, put them in jail. But like, build a mask, never mind. But like this shit happened in the US. This shit happened at boys' schools in Florida. This shit happened in Ireland. It was horrific. And I hope every one of those things is investigated. We don't disagree on that. And if it didn't happen, it should happen. What we're disagreeing on is whether churches should be burned down today and whether there were mass graves.
So do you want to attempt answering the question? Because Lauren seems unable to.
How many? I don't know. How many?
No. I don't want to answer how many. I was going to back her up on a moral point. So no, please tell me.
Sure. No, I'm sure we're all against pedophilia. So as of now, there's been 40 convictions, and that means that there's been 37,951 complaints that have been levied. They have not been pursued. As of now, an estimated 5,000 priests, nuns, and teachers have committed sex crimes against these children, and they're not being charged for that. The first time anyone was put to task for this was in 2008, and that was somebody who had molested 17 boys, and that was the first major conviction. So this is what I mean when I say that there hasn't actually been retributive justice in this case, right? If we're dealing with thousands and thousands of priests, nuns, and teachers who had sexually molested children, that would be a place to start. I mean, unlike the Catholic churches, who at this point we do not know who's burning them down, in this case, we do know who committed these heinous crimes.
Okay, then to address this head on, this is where, like, again, I am not your enemy in this fight at all. So if anybody touched any kid of any background and abused them, then what I think the system should do to them is not even fit for Twitch. Okay, and I don't care who that person is, what institution they're a part of, whether or not they're a member of my race, whether or not it was an institution supported by the government. Go after them with the full force of the law and punish them accordingly.
Would you both state that at this point the Catholic Church should stop withholding the names of those who may be guilty?
If you're talking about putting them public and you're saying maybe guilty, no, I don't think people on trial for sex crimes that haven't been confirmed guilty should be put public, because usually what happens is if they're found innocent or falsely accused, their lives get destroyed for something they didn't do. So until there is a crime and a conviction that happens, of course, keep the names private. But I think those convictions.
Yeah, actually, I do agree with Lauren on that point.
Yeah.
Only because I was watching this video by Actual Justice Warrior. He uploaded it before we started streaming, talking about the Tawana Brawley claim that happened in New York in like the 80s, right? And it's actually something Al Sharpton lost a defamation suit. A couple people got their license suspended to practice law, and one person got his license revoked altogether, right? But they accused several people of assaulting this girl, right? When it was pretty obviously a hoax from the start, right? Her clothes were torn up, but she had no cut marks on her body. Her jeans were burned around her crotch, but she had no burn marks on her body. She said that she was raped for 4 days, and there's no evidence of sexual assault, right? It was a ton of stuff that just did not add up. And apparently the place that they kidnapped her to was her old apartment building, right? But fucking Al Sharpton and a bunch of these other idiots flat out kept naming people and saying that they were involved. They named a dead man who had just committed suicide because his relationship didn't work out. He was very depressed. He killed himself. They said he was guilty and his family was harassed, right? This was just off of saying it, right? Even though there was no evidence to back any of it up, right? The grand jury flat out dismissed the entire thing, right? Because there's literally no evidence. Like, everything about it was suspect from the very fucking beginning. And Al Sharpton's own friend from back at that time stated that it's not about the girl. It's about these three men all trying to make a profit off of it, right? And this is Sharpen's own fucking friend. There was another situation where he was on an interview with another black guy, and Al Sharpton started mouthing off to him, and the black dude stands up and literally pushes Al Sharpton over, and he comes rolling over like a big old tumbly wubbly, right? So I don't agree that you should name everybody who's been accused, only because we all know exactly what that means, right? It doesn't matter if they're found innocent. People are still going to call them fucking pedophiles. Like, even to this day, there are people that legitimately think the Tawana Brawley situation was legitimate, and it's all just a massive cover-up. So, yeah.
Should be, they should try to get those convictions if the person is guilty to the utmost of their ability. Now, we have to recognize, and this is a horrible thing, but it's very, very difficult to prove these crimes retrospectively that happened a long, long time ago. And if we're going to have a justice system at all, if we are going to have a system that says innocent until proven guilty, that has to be the standard. We can't just throw people in jail because we think, or just based on an accusation without proof. And, that sucks. It sucks that reality is like that. But you know what also sucks? People who did nothing going to jail for the rest of their lives for a sex crime they didn't commit. That's just, yeah.
I'm curious why we keep setting this as a long, long time ago. I was still figuring out Windows 95 when the last of the boarding schools in Canada was closed. There were even still a few that are open.
Oh my fucking God, this guy's retarded. This guy's fucking retarded. This has gone over fucking, like, where the, God, yeah, man. This guy's legitimately fucking retarded. I swear to God.
If it weren't for the fact that I'm going to the gym here in a couple of hours, I'd have another drink.
I'm going to the gym in a couple hours. I'm still fucking drinking. I can't sit through this shit.
And today in the United States, these are ongoing crimes.
We address that. Keep up.
Okay, not to mention, even a rape committed against anyone in the 90s would be very difficult to prove and get evidence for today. I'm not even sure when we started getting these systems in place for rape kits in Canada. Like, when did that even come about? I'd have to research that. But this is, like, it's very difficult to prove these historical cases.
I just want to answer something. Assuming
I'm going to run the fan in my room, so I'm going to turn off my camera for a bit.
Assuming what Moretti Games is saying is in reference to me, I think I said the alleged racist or something like that. I didn't. If I said she was the, and she's not, then I take it back. But I'm just saying, I just know that she was assumed or alleged to be racist. I know she's right-leaning, and I know that's not the same thing.
Was this lady in the top there? Or?
Oh, Lauren Southern. Look, I've heard the same things about her. She was part of some sort of really far-right group, but she left the group. I personally don't know if she is or isn't. But again, let me just be very clear. At this point, you'd have to show me her fucking doing a Nazi salute and praising white nationalism before I'm going to fucking believe it, only because guys like Lance will literally call anyone that disagrees with them a white fucking nationalist. So it becomes a bit of a problem for me because these motherfuckers have called everybody fucking white nationalist, white supremacist, alt-right, all the other fucking buzzwords to the point where it's literally lost its fucking meaning.
You would hope if, like, someone was actually, like that it would kind of show through a little bit more. She's had a couple of hiccups here and there in this kind of stream, but I wouldn't, she hasn't really done anything too crazy yet.
Well, she hasn't said fuck the indigenous kids. I'm glad they got raped. She hasn't said anything like that.
Well, that's what you would expect from, like, such a horrible, like, perhaps someone that would be, like, defending what happened. So from, like, this one interview alone, without any prior knowledge of who she is,
No, and again,
she's like that, then holy shit, 100% denounce. But
let me be clear: she could be the worst fucking person in the world, but because Lance and this other idiot are so fucking bad, they're just making her look good. By comparison, they make her look like she's fucking reasonable.
But yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know much about her. I just know what I hear. I'm just kind of going off what I hear.
Devin here says she worked for the Rebel Media. Rebel Media is a conservative Canadian, I think. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I think it might be a conservative Canadian show.
Aren't they like a center right
I don't know what they are.
Rebel media is just straight up conservative. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah. To my knowledge, I know that people have accused them of being alt-right, but they accuse Fox News of being alt-right and say Tucker Carlson is a white supremacist. So again, this is the problem. You get at this point, they hurl it out so fucking often that it's lost its fucking meaning. Show me this bitch doing a fucking Nazi salute, and I'll be on board with you.
Yeah, I think everyone here is agreeing that if she just goes a whole, all of a sudden crazy racial, speech, then hey, that's a big issue. But at the moment, she's being very. She's
being reasonable.
To their people.
She's being reasonable, and she's presenting her arguments reasonably.
Yeah,
and she's openly stating that she finds what happened here to these indigenous people horrific. So.
Who knows anymore nowadays, man? I can't tell people. I can't tell who people are anymore. I've got away from all political YouTube. I've got out of that. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know. We're probably gonna say, oh, she sounds all reasonable. Then a clip's gonna be sent to us which has a whole Nazi suit or whatever.
I'm reading people are saying this Twitch chat.
I don't know.
This Twitch chat is cancer. Yeah, one of the fucking comments here is we need to protect sex criminals on the off chance that they're innocent. These motherfuckers have the most mentally damaged audience possible. Our fucking criminal justice system is based on Blackstone's formulation. It is better to let 10 guilty men go free than to convict an innocent man. These motherfuckers don't get that. They want to run it like the fucking Russians did. You get accused of a crime, go to the fucking gulag.
Yo, Crow, I'm gonna take off here.
All right, Common Crane, take it easy, man.
Thanks for letting me on, and even though I have a shitty mic, and
No, you're good. I was just fucking with you.
All right, thanks. See you around.
All right, see you, buddy. So you get what I'm saying, right, Ty?
Yeah.
This is literally how these dumbasses feel. If someone gets accused, we should just convict them because, sure, we should just let sex criminals go free because they might be innocent. The fuck are you smoking, you stupid motherfucker?
Ask them what their opinion on the death penalty is.
Right? That'd be fucking great. I believe in executing criminals. Also, I believe we should execute anyone committed a crime on the off chance they're innocent. Oh well.
Because I've actually had a left leaner get upset with me because we can't have the death penalty because what if we end up executing an innocent person? So you want to go ahead and put an innocent person in prison for life then?
Yeah, right. God damn. God fucking damn.
Head on because I don't want to feel like we're dodging. Okay, so what we said was that during the early 20th century and during the late 19th century, there were brutal fucking conditions. And as these things became less and less acceptable, some of these schools were turned over to native control. Some of these schools that ended in 1996, as Lance pointed out, that Lauren supposedly has a study for, that I don't have a study for, was literally just a fucking boarding school for Native American kids. Now, I can't prove to you that no sex abuse happened because whenever there's fucking teenagers anywhere, fucking sex abuse happens. Sex abuse happened at my white suburban bullshit fucking school. Kids were doing cocaine in the fucking bathroom and having fucking sex. I can't tell you that nothing bad happens anywhere, okay? But what I can say is that if you wanted to pick a school that you wanted to live in as a fucking time traveler, then you wouldn't want to go to the one in the 1920s because there was probably a significant chance that you would get your ass kicked and nobody would give a shit. You would die of tuberculosis or you would die in a fucking fire. Whereas if you went to the boarding school in 1992 and it was Native American run and it was fucking, then basically there's a strong chance that it was just a normal boarding school with all of the boarding school problems that we have today. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so the key difference here, I just have one quick point.
Wait, no. When I'm talking to what he talked. So far, I just got the time. So far, Lauren has talked more than both Lance and Tail combined. So I want to make sure that I give Lance and Tail some time to speak uninterrupted for a little bit. Lance?
Sure. I just wanted to address counterpoints. The difference there between what you stated and what happened is that they didn't choose to go to these schools. They were taken and forced to go to these schools. So even if you do say that there are institutions in which there are multiple people committing sex crimes and whatever that is, this is still a situation in which the children were forcibly removed from their parents and forced to be in these schools. So again, as wards of the state, everything that occurs to them is a responsibility of either the Catholic Church or the government of Canada.
Okay, let's get to the meat of this real quick, because no one's denying bad things happened. No one's denying bad things are bad. The only disagreement here is you guys seem to think there were mass graves. There's no evidence for them. Do you still think there are mass graves after this discussion? How many bodies have been exhumed at these graves that have recently been discovered?
So that seems to be the only thing that you're trying to propose as your conditions. But if you didn't listen to what Dylan just said, he said that you'd spoken the most in this debate, and so he was going to give Tail to Rabbit.
Oh my fucking god!
Happy to. I was just trying to get back on topic and then to the church for a
Your
minute,
topic, but yeah.
Well,
that's the topic we agreed on.
Okay.
Oh my
Tail, if you want to speak,
God.
you're free to speak.
What did you just say?
At this point, I'm a little bit lost. There's been a lot of philosophical quibbling over the definition of the word mass grave, to the point where someone had to Google it because they didn't even know the definition coming into the game.
Oh my god! He had to Google it because this dumbass thinks mass grave means a big cemetery because mass means big. He had to Google it to show him what this idiot, how fucking dumb he is. And then this dumbass shows up and goes, oh, he didn't even know what the definition of a mass grave. He didn't know that mass meant big. I got him. My fucking God, this guy. Oh my fucking God. You know, it's really pathetic, right? This is his big moment, right? This guy's got like no subs on fucking YouTube. He's here with all these big fucking names. This is big fucking moment. And he's just face planting it every time he opens his mouth. Motherfucker. Dylan's moderating. He goes, at this point, I want to give Lance and Tails more time to respond because Lauren's spoken more than both of them. Yeah, because these fuckers have nothing to say. They have nothing to fucking say. Yeah, mass equals big. Mass equals big, everybody. God fucking damn.
I got to be honest. I'm a little ignorant on this whole subject with this part of Canada's history, Canada's history overall, and I'm still embarrassed.
They're only accusing Lauren of being a white suprem is over her documentary on the migrant crisis in Europe. I haven't watched it, but let me say this as an Arab: the migrant crisis in Europe is an actual fucking crisis. Taking in a bunch of people into a country of which they don't know the fucking language, forcing them into fucking ghettos, right? And not integrating them into your society in any way, shape, or form is only going to lead to terrible things happening, right? They basically created second-class citizens. Even though there were no laws making them second-class citizens, they fucking are. So that's my opinion on the shit that goes down in Europe, right? And I mean, look, I just want to keep fucking moving on. I don't know if she said something more controversial during her documentary, but as an Arab, yeah, it's a little fucking stupid what they did in Europe.
It would be the same issue if the roles were reversed and it was Europe going over into the Middle Eastern, flocking over there.
No. It wouldn't be the same because if the Europeans suddenly fled into the Middle East.
I mean, which I think is a little appropriate. If you're discussing a topic, we should at least be mildly prepared. And when we're talking about
mildly prepared, did this dumbass literally just say that they're not prepared? Oh my goodness! The amount of projection from this fucker. He could display a fucking movie on his fucking house. Actually, he probably doesn't live in a fucking house. He probably lives in a tiny little fucking, tiny little studio apartment. God, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. I've seen Lance get into so many stupid fucking debates where he just gets his ass handed to him. And Rabbit is somehow the only person on the fucking internet who's more idiotic than fucking Lance is. I swear to God. I think Lance found this fucking Rabbit guy to double with him because he knew Rabbit was the only person on all of YouTube who is more fundamentally retarded than he is. God.
Hey,
damn.
Remedial.
No, retarded. God, fuck this guy.
If we're going to challenge the findings of those who have done the research, then you're challenging the foundation of archaeology in the Americas. If you would like to do that and lay out your argument for a better technique for identifying locations that should be excavated, I welcome you to do so. You haven't proposed anything remotely resembling that. What you did instead was to say that you went to school with a person whose name you can't pronounce, who is somehow vaguely related to a company who's oddly not listed anywhere on the company's prospectus. That's not terms, that's not definitions, and that's certainly not facts. That's just random anecdotes.
I have just posted the article in the chat.
Lord, please, for the love of God. Caleb Twin Rabbits, I'm pretty sure your brain is running on 1995, okay? We're fucking 30 minutes into this goddamn debate talking about, like, I don't know, terms about fucking murder and descriptive reality and history and all that kind of shit. And you want to talk to Lauren about fucking GPR and whether or not she can offhand fucking come up with a new way to conduct anthropology? I don't give a shit. Fucking catch up. Because basically what you're doing right now is you're acting smarter than everybody else in the fucking room while saying absolutely fucking nothing. If you want to take your fucking galaxy brain fucking 10 head and your individual experience, then please educate us. But if I have to hear fucking Lauren's a dumbass about GPR one more fucking time for 35 fucking seconds, I'm gonna fucking lose it. So either educate us, talk about the subject, keep up with the fucking conversation, or just don't bring up GPR again, because I don't give a fuck and I don't trust Lauren to reinvent anthropology in the next fucking 10 minutes. Okay,
well, let's move. By the way, I just really need to make a point that I'm not making this up. I'm citing.
No, Lauren.
Okay, sorry.
Please, in the future, do not do that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Rabbits, I want you to respond to Connor. He said a lot. Or if you want to respond, it's completely up to you.
I mean, if he needs to take a little break and get a glass of water, that's fine. I have no objection.
Oh, good for him.
I want to throw it over to Lance since, again, the time is extremely lopsided at the moment. I want to make sure both sides get ample speaking time. Lance, do you want to say anything?
Well, just to counterpoint's statement there, if Lauren is making the assertion that she believes, in this case, that this technology is not representational of the fact that there are mass graves, or perhaps we're lost again in the semantics of what constitutes a mass grave, then that is not on Tail to have to educate anyone on. He's simply stating that she is putting into question the findings, which have already been agreed upon, by the way, by most of Canadians. This is not something that's being disproven. This is, again, being stuck in semantics. And I can see Lauren's losing her mind in the process of hearing this. There's a reason why multiple people, including everyone here's favorite, Justin Trudeau, has come forward and stated that, yes, we'd like to apologize for this. We have acknowledged that this was genocide, that it is an ongoing process. He's become the first sitting prime minister to say that. I'm no fan of Justin Trudeau, but I think it's reached a point now where this is not something that is being, let's just say, debated. But I'll leave the tail to finish that.
Well, and I understood that the topic was supposed to be retributive justice, and we still haven't talked about that.
So talk about it, bro.
Can I respond? Just a 2-second response here.
Sorry,
no.
Hold on.
Not. Just
okay, I thought you were done. Okay, you can continue.
Well, I got interrupted there by counterpoints for just a moment. I was willing to let him finish, I suppose. But in any case, I'm not particularly interested in educating you. If you would like to talk to me after, then that's fine. I'd be happy to provide you plenty of information on the subject of ground penetrating radar.
Fucking debate, you dumbass!
Okay, he's in a debate and he's not willing to educate.
What the thesis of
he's not willing to explain his position in the
we're
debate.
Quibbling over definitions because I haven't been confronted with any facts.
Well, to be fair, to be fair, here in America, that would actually
contradict what I said there. You may feel free to do so. But as I understood it, the topic here was about retributive justice.
Retributive justice.
What the two of you mean when you talk about that, so that we can discuss it. I'm not interested in discussing.
Dare mansplain.
Okay, I'm gonna mansplain.
Don't you dare. Give me 1 minute, because I just really need to respond to this one point. We have to determine if there was a genocide or not, because that was part of this topic. So that's why we are discussing this. And I really need to respond to the fact that Lance and Tail of Twin Rabbits have just spent their whole last chat talking about how I've not provided any proof, and I'm trying to reestablish the whole field of archaeology and anthropology, and that I've made this up. That is not true. I've linked the Globe and Mail article in our Discord chat, and this is what the researcher who found the initial graves that sparked this all off said. My findings cannot be confirmed unless excavations are done, which is why we need to pull back a little bit, and they are probable burials. They are targets of interest for sure, said Dr. Bellio, who has about a decade of experience in the field, including working with the RCMP. She said the sites have multiple signatures that present like burials, but we do need to say that they are probable until one excavates, because we actually don't know the story behind them. We don't know if there's even bodies in there. We don't know if this is an overgrown graveyard, and these are the facts. I'm citing the researcher. This is not something I'm making up, and you guys need to stop asserting that.
Sure. So, can I respond to that?
Yes, I just want to make it very clear. I see kind of raising your hand. I really want to give some, and
I need another one.
This is the last time I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you do.
So please take advantage of the opportunity that you guys have. Like the difference in speaking time is very great right now. So I want to make sure that both sides are probably represented. Lance,
but they're not saying anything.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so when it comes to the finding of the children, what you're doing, Lauren, is you're not presenting any facts. What you're doing is that you're trying to selectively use parts of an article, the Globe and Mail article, I have it before you right now, in order to assert a conspiratorial claim. Now, if we look at, let's say, the truth.
Oh my God. Okay, let me read this here. What do you fucking mean? Oh my God damn. She's citing the person that did the fucking study. What do you mean she's not? Oh, God. Oh, man. The Appalachian Prince. Holy shit. Thank you. Sorry this is late. Finally caught it live. Congrats on 9K, brother. First off, man, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Your icon is hilarious. And that is awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Honestly, thank you for helping us hit 9K. We are going to keep going strong, and I cannot wait to hit 10K and do our 10K celebration. But if you want to help us grow, all I can ask is that you share the streams. We never take them down, so they're always available for you guys to watch later. But let's get back into this. I appreciate that super chat is the only thing that kept me from my head exploding right now. So I really appreciate it for that point too.
This debate is a fucking merry-go-round at this point.
It's a merry-go-round of fucking stupid is what it is. I might skip to the end here because it doesn't improve at any point. It doesn't.
Yeah, you might want to do that because at this rate, I think I'm going to become an alcoholic.
Okay. There's one statement I want to get to, and then I'll skip to the end, and it's over the burning of churches because I want you to hear what fucking Rabbit had to say about that. Right? I want you to hear what he had to say about the burning of churches.
and Reconciliation Commission, all right, which is the largest study that has ever been done in this field. It is one that was started in 2008. It cost over $100 million to do, and it was one that interviewed thousands upon thousands, again, of Indigenous survivors who had experienced the horrors and atrocities of the residential schools. The consensus and the broad consensus by this commission was overwhelmingly that not only did this constitute genocide, but that there was multiple children who had died at these schools, and yes, were buried near the schools themselves. This was part of the findings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So what you're trying to do, and what you often do, and what I'm sure Rebel News has taught you very well to do, is to try and take selective parts of an article like you have here in the Globe and Mail, and then utilize that to try and extrapolate a theory. And that's just not going to cut it in terms of what we're talking about now. I think eventually we should move on to the idea of Catholic churches, because that's something you wanted to talk about. But one of the final points that I wanted to move on to, if you want to talk about Canadian genocide and talk about the process, is move on to the child care and the foster care system. But I see Counterpoints has his hand up, so let him talk.
Yeah.
Okay, wait,
please.
one more time. I just want to give one last opportunity to tell Connor, Law and Order,
No.
okay? I just want to give one last opportunity to tell two rabbits to speak at this point so we can rebalance the time slots. Rabbit?
I'm fine. Counterpoint seems very interested to go.
Okay, Connor.
Thank you. So you said no facts were given. But basically what I would say is Lauren and I have come at you with a bunch of descriptive facts. And not only that, they fit a shitload of your narrative. We've already said that there's probably a few thousand students that died in the residential school system. As a matter of fact, the current official estimate from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission puts it about 4,300, okay? Based off of the narratives collaborated, or whatever the fuck the word is, at the Truth and Reconciliation, it was largely poor conditions, disease, abuse, exposure, and fire. Those are the majority of the things. The primary contention that I've had historically in this entire conversation is whether or not we should use the term mass graves, which I get is a little bit pedantic for Tale of Two Rabbits or whatever. But at the same time, when somebody says mass graves to me, I'm assuming marching a bunch of children out into the fucking woods and executing them and then shoving them into a ditch and then throwing fucking dirt on them. And as I've already conceded, if that was reality, then I would be doing some fucked up shit right about now. Okay? And it's not that any of this is not awful, but there's a spectrum of fucking awful. So whenever I'm trying to be accurate descriptively and I'm presenting these facts to you, these facts that are like agreed upon by the people who support your narrative, the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want people to go out there and say there are mass graves in Canada. There's 4,000 kids that were discovered, and basically the Canadian government has been committing genocide. Oh shit, that sounds fucking awful. That sounds like the fucking Canadian Mounted Police walked a bunch of kids out into the woods and shot them in the back of the head and threw them in shallow ditches. That's what people think when you say that shit. So when I'm being descriptive and I'm being
that Twitch chat is like as retarded as fucking Lance's buddy is.
People say that shit, they have emotional and mental and logical justification to go throw Molotov cocktails at shit. But when you say instead that there were horrific conditions, the Canadian government committed cultural genocide, it was not addressed up until like 1996. On top of that, there's systemic issues that extend into the modern day that are unaddressed, that Canadians only seem willing to reconcile with right now. That's a massively different narrative. Now, maybe the anger still needs to be there. Maybe the passion still needs to be there. Maybe the Reformation still needs to be there. But at the same time, it's not the same as mass execution of children. So that's where I'm being pedantic and annoying.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to address that directly. So you've already acknowledged that under the conditions of the residential school system, every single death that occurs is because they are, again, wards of the state, right? So it doesn't matter if they're dying from tuberculosis, doesn't matter if they're dying from malnutrition, starvation, they're still deaths that are responsibility of the provincial or federal government, correct?
Okay, what I would say is, while not necessarily biting that bullet in full, I do think that it is their responsibility and it is their wrong. So I'm not trying to split hairs here. I'm trying to be very specific. Some of these things are not controllable, okay? Fires, tuberculosis, all that kind of stuff. Some of that stuff isn't controllable. But at the same time, there's something called liability, which means responsibility. The government was in charge of these people. The Native Americans whose children were forcibly taken by the government lost something that is very important to them. There's nothing more important to me in this world than my son. Okay. So since the Canadian government took children and either accidentally or negligently killed them, they owe the families whose children were killed something, whether that's restorative justice, systemic change, all that kind of bullshit. We can talk about that in the next segment.
Yeah, sure. So it seems to me like it's just a point of disgust that you want to reach, right? So for you, it would be egregious and beyond the pale if the children were taken out into the back of the woods and they were shot in the face. That to you is like, okay, that justifies me burning down a church, apparently. Whereas I would say that in this condition, the things that happened, when the statistics show 1 in 5 of the children was sexually molested, that to me is horrifying enough in and of itself to not even have to bring up the other things. Again, those things include experimentation.
So I don't know if he's got any stance.
Torture. Those things include physical and sexual abuse, all of which to me are beyond the pale. So it doesn't matter to me whether or not we're going to quantify this in this kind of strange scale of eyeballs, right? Which is more horrifying. And are they shot in the face or are they all just sexually molested by priests? Either way, again, as wards of the state, the Canadian government, the Catholic Church were...
Well, let me clarify this for this fucking retard. If a bunch of children are dying due to fires and bad conditions and tuberculosis, that's fucking awful. If the Canadian government is marching children out to a pit in the middle of the fucking woods, shooting them in the face, and then tossing their bodies into said pit, that is objectively fucking worse. That's objectively fucking worse. That's what the fucking Nazis did, you fucking retard. The Nazis didn't, to be clear, right? The Nazis didn't kill a bunch of Jews by, not putting them into a poor house where accidental fires happen, and there just so happened to be a pandemic going around, and they're getting tuberculosis and everything. They straight up were executing them. Okay, they executed them. So yes, the straight up murder of children, right, and throwing them into a pit in the middle of the woods is definitely worse than fucking dying of tuberculosis.
I think Stalin did the same thing too, didn't he?
Stalin did that too, motherfucker.
And how many of these people would be like, oh, he was fine.
Fucking Stalin, Mao, fucking all these motherfuckers. But yes, it is objectively fucking worse. Does that mean what the Canadian government did is good? No, absolutely fucking not. Everybody on that fucking panel agrees to that point, but this dumbass is sitting here going like, well, whether they died of tuberculosis or got shot in the fucking head and put into a pit, it's literally all the same thing. Fuck off, you piece of fucking garbage.
Responsible for overseeing their safety. They failed horrifyingly at that.
Okay, but descriptively, I know, Lauren, you want to go, but I'm very excited. So,
I have a question about the tuberculosis.
This is actually very...
Yeah, what's up?
The tuberculosis one, are we talking about like a random chance occurrence where, the children got tuberculosis, just out of nowhere? Or are we talking about like this something similar to like the smallpox attack, the whole smallpox thing where it was said that Native Americans were given blankets that were infected with
No. I'm sure somebody tries to make that argument. I don't know if they made it during this stream, but the spread of tuberculosis you'll find in like poor communities, right? Where they're huddled together and everything. It's bacteria, right? It spreads. So the
more people you have on top of each other, the more likely there's going to be disease. I mean, that's basically what we're talking about with tuberculosis. The government took the kids and put them into very poor fucking conditions, right? They did that because they're fucking idiots and it's the fucking government, right? I don't think it was because they wanted to straight up murder children. These motherfuckers are so fucking stupid. They literally thought that this was saving the children, right? But, again, is it the responsibility of the state? Absolutely. Is it the state marching children out into the middle of the fucking woods, executing them, and then shoving them into a freshly dug pit? Like, I'm sorry, the pit is fucking worse. The pit is objectively fucking worse. So, I mean,
I
mean, it does sound like that they were negligent, but it doesn't.
Yes, yeah.
It doesn't sound like it was.
Well, put it like this:
what's the word I'm looking for?
No,
it wasn't done out of malice. It seems like
that's the thing. It doesn't seem like it was done out of malice. It seems like it was done out of fucking incompetence. But to be clear, look at our justice system, right? If you commit negligent homicide, meaning your actions result into the death of another being, right? It's different than something like a first-degree or a second-degree murder charge, right? Because we understand that there's a difference between being negligent and being a homicidal psychopath.
Yeah.
Lamb and fucking Rabbit don't seem to understand the difference.
So you're not going to conflate the two statistics together when it comes to, again, it's just what I said earlier. It just seems like they're conflating.
Later, Moretti. Thank you for tuning in. Jay Lightning, later, buddy.
It just seems like they're conflating the two statistics together in order to make an argument for themselves.
I mean, honestly, what it is these dumbasses didn't do any fucking research. They're just clinging on to the worst things that they've heard and then just repeating it over and over again, right? How dare you deny what's happened? We're not denying what happened. How dare you deny the Indian Act? We've never fucking talked about the Indian Act. Like, that was when you just knew this guy was just straight up brain damaged, right? Like straight up fucking brain damaged. They're denying the Indian Act. When did you guys talk about that? They still haven't fucking talked about it.
Parallels onto the BLM riots of the previous year, okay? I can understand descriptively why riots are occurring. Systemic injustice, over-policing, the drug war, like all that kind of stuff. I can understand descriptively why these things are happening while not thinking that they're necessarily morally justifiable. So that's the same parallel that I would exactly draw to this thing, where I can understand that if your uncle or something like that was a part of the residential school system, he was sexually abused, and then a story comes out saying that there's mass graves in Catholic churches, and there's a Catholic church up the block, and you're either leftist who's sympathizing with Native Americans, or you're a Native American person yourself, why you would commit vandalism. I understand that descriptively, but I also think that it's based on some shittily communicated information, and that doesn't make it morally just, which I'm very happy to explore in the next segment, because basically once we get into—
all right, so I'm going to skip ahead from here only because you can kind of like, we've been like an hour through, right? Counterpoints is probably the fairest person on this fucking panel, right? The fairest person on this fucking panel will be this guy over here on the left that was just talking. Lauren seems to be the only one of the worst people, right? But she's also incredibly educated on the fucking subject compared to the two dumbass fucking mouth-breathing idiots drooling all over themselves and thinking they're so fucking smart.
And it's like you said earlier, I mean, what she could be saying could be—
It could all be
absolutely wrong, but she's carrying herself far better than what the others are.
Pet Cemetery was a mass grave. The thing is, if someone presents an argument and you have no way of refuting it, and instead you just result into making these baseless fucking attacks and gaslighting people, which is exactly what they fucking did when it came to her citing that woman, right?
Yeah.
You look fucking incompetent. If you're fucking incompetent, the other person must be competent. It's just, I mean, it's a debate, right? If the other person's completely fucking wrong, but you have no way of actually debating them, right? Then it's only going to make them look fucking right. By comparison, Lauren Southern and Counterpoints over here look like fucking next level fucking geniuses. And these two look like fucking toddlers.
You've automatic. It doesn't matter if the other side is right or wrong at that point. The second that you start resorting to ad hominems, name calling, or any of that other stuff, the gaslighting, the second you start resorting to that tactic, you've immediately lost.
Okay, so this is the part where I think they get into Tails' explanation of why he thinks the churches are being burned down and how it's not related to any of this shit.
You twist things around, and then you take this
in residential schools. I discussed them. You liked that aspect. Where you didn't like it was when I started talking about the—
what has upset me most, especially with Lauren's video, is that I think this idea of suddenly talking about the moral outrage at the church burnings, which I agree, burning of religious institutions is something to be astounded at, is trying to change the narrative from something that is an ongoing crisis in this country, which is the treatment of hundreds of thousands of Indigenous people. And that is the thing that we should be talking about. That is the thing we should be concentrating on. And that is the thing we should be addressing. So I think that, yes, it is horrifying that churches are burning down, but I don't want anyone to lose the concentration that things like discovering of dead children, buried children, Indigenous and residential schools. If this is where suddenly the public conscience has come, and this is what we're talking about, then let's utilize this as an opportunity to start talking about the issues of cultural genocide that are occurring to Indigenous people today.
Okay, I'm going to respond since you talked about my video. Lance, I watched your video and you actually liked the beginning of my video because I did not ignore the problems that happened in residential schools. I discussed them. You liked that aspect.
So this is what I mean, right? Like the evil fucking white supremacist over here is acknowledging the injustices of the Indigenous people.
You can talk about both problems. Why not? And we need to, because we actually have an injustice happening today that we can talk about and deal with and stop. And then the other ones, I mean, you say there's injustice happening today and the government are working on that. There are a lot of policies they put in place for healing, and maybe there are more we can discuss. But these church burnings are a problem happening right now, and I think it's really good that people are talking about them, especially when they bring in the conversation of the problems with residential schools as well. I cannot see what I have done wrong in discussing that. I also really want to point something out. When it comes to the church burnings, you seem really interested in ensuring we have found the culprits and ensuring we have proper convictions. Yet when it comes to the Catholic Church, you were just saying we should be outing the names of people who have been accused, not convicted. So why does your passion for justice and innocent until proven guilty exist for the church burnings, but not for the Catholic Church?
Sure. So that's not what I said. What I said was that should they release the records of the individuals who were involved in these churches and whether or not those.
Well, hold on. That's literally what he fucking said, right? Because he's arguing that you shouldn't be naming who you suspect may have had a hand in the burning of the churches because we don't definitively know. And he also said that we should name the fucking priests and nuns who have been accused of sexual assault. So, look, I think it's a little bit hypocritical on both people's fronts, right? But again, I mean, come on. If this news comes out about the fucking churches, right? And all of a sudden people are defacing the churches, beheading statues, and setting them up on fucking fire, and it's like escalating, right? Meaning there's a pattern of it happening, specifically after these stories drop. I'm sorry, but like, who the fuck do you think is doing it? The best part is Rabbit's going to explain who he thinks is doing the church burnings.
I cannot believe that I'm going to have to come to the side of the churches here.
I know, right?
Because
me, a Muslim, defending the Catholic fucking Church.
Me, an atheist, defending the Catholic Church.
I know, right? Jesus Christ. This is how fucking awful Lance is. You basically have to defend his opponent, which or like the fucking Catholic Church, because he's just so fucking bad. He's so fucking bad. God damn.
I mean, I'm sorry, but how is burning down these churches? Maybe I've missed Advocacy 101. I don't know, but how is burning down churches supposed to draw attention to the cause, to their cause? I don't get it. If anything, this is taking away from your cause.
Zombie Fox, you still going? Damn, I missed out then, LOL. Just watch it later, man. And like, it's a lot of fucking fun. It's been a lot of fucking fun.
John must have missed
yeah, I said as in the records revolving around both the nuns and the priests who worked at those churches, those are records that the Catholic Church has not released. Whether or not those people turn out to be pedophiles is something that we can investigate, and whether or not those people will turn out to be criminals is another thing that we can talk about. The reason why I don't enjoy your particular brand of like pearl clutching when it comes to talking about these issues is that yes, you did a half decent job at acknowledging, which I was surprised to see, the residential school system and the treatment of Indigenous people. When you twist things around and then you take this as an opportunity to say, and now we need to talk about the real issue, which happens to be these Catholic churches that are burning down, you are then trying to take away from the national conversation, which should be about the treatment of Indigenous people.
Or maybe the people who burned
down of the churches take away from the conversation.
Yeah, right? Maybe the people who burned the fucking church down took away from the fucking conversation. God damn, not the people talking about both. God, fucking, this guy is like, I swear to God, right in a fucking blender.
If there's churches burning down all around wherever the fuck they are, how is their cause supposed to make?
It's okay. It's okay. We've been drinking here. We've been drinking. Just work it out. Work it out. I'm feeling it too right now. Holy shit.
I think I just had an aneurysm.
I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna keep playing it, dude. I'm telling you right now. I don't want to get specifically to the part where he starts talking because I want you to hear how Rabbit builds into his fucking explanation of why he thinks the churches are being burned down. And it's fucking, dude, it is fucking glorious. You thought that you heard some retarded ass shit tonight? No, we aren't even at the best part yet.
If I start,
was to compare
if I
the
start
treatment of
drinking again,
Catholics in
I'm
Canada
blaming
to the
you.
treatment of Indigenous Canadians, where do you think they would stack up? If I was to compare the treatment of the average white Catholic Canadian to the experience of the average Indigenous Canadian, where do you think we would end up? Who needs more help and who needs more concern right now in terms of the way they're being systemically oppressed between those two classes?
I wasn't comparing them. I was giving history and context as to why the outrage and conversation was happening in Canada, and then discussing how two wrongs don't make a right.
And that's the result of what you do. Because when you set those terms up, when you put them in that context, when
Dude,
you make those kind of videos, when you just ask questions, that's what ends up happening.
What are you
and whether you're doing it
about?
consciously, I'm not sure. I don't know if you're doing it consciously or perhaps you're doing it unconsciously. I'm not sure, but that is the end result of your work. And when you make those kind of videos.
What is?
When you juxtapose two things like that, two opposing ideas, you set them up on the same terms, you make videos about them, and then suddenly it's going to be justifiable to think, well, the moral outrage should shift from this horrifying atrocity that has occurred and is still ongoing to Indigenous Canadians into we should now talk about Catholic churches and the burning of them down. That is the problem with your particular brand of content.
I think, and I guess it's maybe just my audience, but my audience have the ability to juggle two ideas at the same time. I can explain past atrocities and then say, here's also a present atrocity happening, and they can say, wow, those are both bad things. Like, I don't know about your audience, but my audience can juggle two things at the same time without an issue.
And it's with design, because by doing that, by pushing that narrative, they will be forced then to look at that and be like, well, you know what? I was a little bit upset about what was happening to Indigenous people, but I should be a lot more upset now at the Catholic churches that are burning down, because you've set it up.
So we shouldn't talk about the Catholic churches because it takes away from Indigenous issues.
You can talk about the Catholic churches. You should not juxtapose the two of them as if one is now going to be able to justify or accuse the other of being wrong.
But one is related to the other one, you fucking moron. God damn, like, this guy is so fucking stupid. He's so fucking stupid.
We haven't even gotten to the rabbit part yet. I feel like drinking more.
One is directly related to the other incident, right? One is directly related to the other incident. If you talk about the one incident, you would have to give context of the other one. You fucking brain damaged buffoon. Holy shit. He's such an SJW. No, he's a fucking brain damaged individual. I swear to God. I don't know why Lance likes doing this, right? He shows up to these debates completely fucking uneducated, has no clue what he's fucking talking about, and he's just smug and retarded the entire time. And then later, after getting his ass handed to him, his own audience telling him, bro, maybe you should stop. I think you're turning people over to the right. This dumbass then starts fighting with people on fucking Twitter, calling them racist. Right? I saw the shit he did with Actual Justice Warrior, who's apparently a virulent fucking racist. Fucking Lance, man. Fucking Lance. This guy is just, oh my God. I mean, look, the only person on the left I've ever seen do a debate that I can respect, even though I really don't agree with his positions on a lot of things, is seriously Destiny, right? Because out of all of these people, Destiny is the only one who actually does fucking research.
That's sad.
No, it's true, though. It's true. And you know what? Destiny gets passionate when he starts arguing things, right? This motherfucker, it's like Vaush, right? People are like, oh, well, Vaush, he clearly doesn't know. Vaush just doesn't raise his voice. Vaush will get slapped around like a fucking bitch every single day of the week and then just keep talking in the same tone, right? It doesn't mean anything to me, right? Because he's completely fucking uneducated on the majority of the shit he tries debating people on, right? Some things, surprisingly, he is educated on. Other things, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. But just like these other assholes who, I mean, just whiter than fucking Wonder Bread, are smug, are fucking insulting, have no fucking concept how, like will not address when people are bringing up a valid point and just engage in like ad hominem attacks the entire fucking time, right? Like, this is a terrible fucking debate. This is the worst I've ever seen from a fucking Breadtuber. Right? And Lance has had some terrible fucking performances, but this one and the other jackass who apparently he's like yeeted his own YouTube channel because this was so fucking bad. Man, how'd you fucking lose this one?
See, I'm too busy noticing one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Their debate is sorely lacking in indigenous representation.
Yeah, we could only find a bunch of white people to talk about the indigenous people. White, racist, white. That's amazing. That's amazing, by the way, right? You couldn't find one indigenous person to join the fucking debate. You got some trash fucking white dude who plays indigenous video games.
It's always the case. It's always the white ones,
right? I can just imagine Rabbit as soon as this debate ended. He's in fucking tears, just firing up Custer's Revenge, playing that game and fapping it. Lauren's so mean.
That's not what I did, though. So how should I have made my video? Because what I did was I said, this is what happened at Indigenous residential schools. This is why it was bad, not a good thing. And then also there's this not a great thing happening today, and both things are bad, and we need to talk about it because it's happening right now. How should I have done that video differently? I feel like you're nitpicking and trying to find a problem with me because you didn't actually have an issue with that video, which is why you made up your issue in your response, which is that I was blaming natives, which I never did. Otherwise, you would have had an actual critique in your initial video.
Well, I can answer that question quite easily. The information, I find it interesting that we've just glossed past the fact that these church burnings have actually been happening since long before the news was released. But in scouring through the information over the last, probably 2 years, trying to find
Go off, King,
whether or not there were investigations,
I
found one that was particularly funny to me, which was it was a church that has burned in the same spot 3 separate times over the last 50 years. And it turned out that it was the area where the priests keep the incense and the anointing oil.
Okay, so this dumbass you heard what he just said, right? This one church he found over the past 50 years has had fires like 5 times, right? Because of where they keep the flammable oils and the incense, right? This is his explanation for who could be responsible for the church burnings. It was the Catholics all along. They're bad. They're burning their own fucking churches.
Because, okay.
No, it gets better. 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 It gets better.
Hold on. Shut up for a second. Let's go ahead and assume that. Let's go ahead and entertain for a second that the previous fires happened because of the incense and the oils. All right. Why does that matter? Because the more recent ones could have been done by something else.
Okay, no, here's what you got to understand. This guy just said that because churches have burned down before this, how could you say these churches burning down now in major numbers are related in any way to this story? They're going to call him on something. It's fucking hilarious, but he does not fucking comprehend just how fucking stupid that statement was.
Well, because for some reason, I don't know why, this particular group of priests is just not aware that you probably shouldn't have an open flame next to flammable oil. And so this is the 5th time that the fire department has been called out. So I would have liked to see you discuss, for example, why it is that Canadian churches seem to be exempt from fire codes or be aware that fire extinguishers have been invented.
That's fascinating, Tail. So your current assertion is that all the fucking churches that burned down in Canada over the past 2 years was accidental, and Catholic priests, on top of being fucking pedos and fucking Native American beaters, are fucking dog shit at fucking fire safety. That's what you want to contribute to this fucking conversation right now?
I'm contributing to you the facts as they stand. If you have a problem with the facts as they stand, that's your problem.
I have problems with the fucking facts because you keep doing this meta conversation bullshit that has fucking nothing to do with what's going on. So tell me, because I am frustrated with you.
Christ.
What the fuck did you just add to the conversation by saying that maybe Catholic priests are accidentally burning down their own churches? Is that a serious contention that Lauren and I are supposed to take on earnestly? Do you think that we need to go back to fucking google.com right now and be real quick and be like, hey, what's the fucking fire codes of the fucking Vatican? Do they put out fucking fire safety briefs for the priests? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to research with that information?
Are you asking me for tips?
No, I'm not, because I know you're shit posting and you're being an asshole for no fucking reason. Contribute to the fucking conversation you're done.
I'm identifying the first fire preceded any announcement of these graves. And your assertion repeatedly is that there is some sort of...
So hold the fuck up. So if I take a look...
Wait,
what the fuck are you taking my ball?
Connor, because I got to let him at least finish if you want to respond to him. Okay. Tail, please finish.
I think Connor might need to take a break.
Oh, shut up!
You want to finish? Okay.
Oh my god!
I'm perfectly fine. I'm good. You may proceed.
Fucking hell!
It's obviously very important to you.
It is.
Hey, Connor, you can go on.
See, thank you for the dog bowl, Dylan. Ding ding. So fucking. All right. So you said that these church burnings happened in the past as well. If I was to Google church burnings and look at it statistically, do you think I would see an increase over the past 2 years?
I have absolutely no idea.
And what the fuck are you talking about?
I would say probably. And come on, you don't have to be. You don't have to be condescending in every single response you do to Taylor.
Oh my God!
I want Taylor to say something real.
I did, Connor. I said something real.
Okay, you said that Catholic priests are burning down their own churches by being assholes and putting incense in the wrong spot. That's what I heard. Is that your real contribution to this conversation?
If you have a problem with that fact, it is your problem to have.
Okay, I have a problem with that fact.
Well, then that's your problem to have.
Okay.
Question: Are Catholic priests also putting paint on the front of their churches and beheading their statues? Paint that says "Fight for," X progressive cause. I've literally seen the Serfs tweeting out stuff that says, we were just Indigenous children. Are the Catholic priests putting that up on their church walls? Are they the ones doing that graffiti? That's been an exponential growth the last few months.
Don't know who the guy is that popped off, but hell yeah, slap the birch around. That's Counterpoint. So he's got a YouTube channel. You should check him out, Zombie.
I'm more than willing to acknowledge that there's plenty of things that have been happening over the last 3 or 5 years that could be charted in any number of conceivable ways. But you haven't actually addressed what I said, which was these fires preceded the news.
Okay. Here.
Did you? Hey, Ty. Did you know fires have been in existence for like millions of years? Did you know fires have existed for millions of years? We cannot say. Yeah. We cannot definitively say who started the fire because for millions of years fires have existed. Motherfucker.
Golly gee, I did not know that.
Ty,
wait, is this a thing that's always happening over on the West Coast?
Yeah. Don't know why. It's just been going on for years. Hey, Ty, did you know people have been murdered?
Really? You don't
say.
Since
the dawn of mankind. Rabbit confirmed caveman. God. How could we ever know? How could we ever know?
My life has been a lie.
You know what's funny? You know what's really funny? They're gonna fucking slap him in the face with that fucking statement, that fucking shit we were just doing.
Here, I think this debate just redeemed itself for me.
I was a former law enforcement officer, okay? We investigate things. When something picks up in a certain pattern, let's say that there's like one burglary in one area, and then it's just one burglary and then it happens. Okay, well, burglary happens, we try to investigate it. If we don't figure it out, then okay, whatever. If 20 burglaries occur in the same area within a month, there's probably a reason for it, so you can investigate it. And what
it was God. He was angry and he smited the churches down with fire.
Bring on the fire and brimstone.
Doing right now is I'm doing 1 + 1 = 2, and you're saying 1 is maybe a 0.5, so maybe it doesn't equal 2. And I have no idea what this adds to the conversation because we're literally light years ahead of where you're going.
Say, this is not adding much to the conversation. Could we get back to the topic away from the fire?
Shut the fuck up, Dylan.
Sure. Can I? Okay, I would like to ask a question from the Serfs because basically I'm sure he could educate us and then we could have some contention.
Oh, Connor,
yeah, okay.
I just want to make
woman
really
explain to me again, Lauren.
2-second point, you'll like it. I promise. You know what? I'm willing to concede that fires happened before all these fires that happen now, and maybe it's just the fires continuing. But assault and rape existed before the residential schools, so you never know. All right, Connor, go ahead.
No, I can address that again. Yes, yeah, no, but again, assault and rape can exist before the residential schools, but these were forced upon the children. That's a huge difference.
It's almost like the context is different, right? Okay, go
and again, the same thing.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Rape existed before, but this was forced.
No. Rape existed before, but these children were forced into these environments where they were raped. Right?
Okay.
So the Catholic Church is then responsible for the sexual abuse, right? Okay. Fires existed before this media story came out. But then after the media story, more churches were being defaced and put on fire, right? It's almost like these motherfuckers don't get context. No, actually, they do get context, but only when it justifies their position. And the other time it's like, fire? Maybe it was God smiting them down with lightning. God fucking Christ.
If there is
no, I'm sorry. Maybe as Rabbit fucking said, it was the churches being burned down by these evil pedo priests.
If there is a God, can he please strike down all the stupidity here?
Okay. I'm gonna skip to the end, right?
Pray to your God for me, will you?
Maybe. I'm gonna skip to the end, okay? Because I wanted you to understand.
It was a violation.
So, this is them supposedly giving out their like closing statements at this point, right? So they're supposed to give out their closing statements. They've already agreed that they're going to end. Dylan said, "Hey, if you want another 10 minutes, we can keep discussing the topics." The two on the top said, "We gotta go. We gotta read our super chats. We need to head out." Lance and Rabbit both said they need to head out too. Okay, so everyone's agreed that they need to go. Okay. I need you to watch what fucking Lance does for his ending statement, okay? Because
So which one is Lance again?
He's veteran, Marine Corps veteran,
bottom
religion,
left.
philosophy
Bottom
nerd.
left.
I do like debates like this. Sorry to Tale of Twin Rabbit for being a dick, but sorry, you frustrated me a little bit. And then basically, I know everybody was expecting a fucking bloodbath, and maybe we failed that a little bit. But that's because, like, I don't know. I give a shit. We're talking about people who are being, like, ultimately at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not we call it genocide, we're talking about people who were raped and murdered. We were talking about kids who ran away from their homes and died of exposure. All this shit is fucked up. So we can talk about the reason why I wanted to enforce descriptive reality is because I've said this before, I'll say this again, is some of the way this stuff is portrayed, I would be probably acting not in the most rational way possible. The reason why I want to nail down descriptive reality of the past, the reason why I want to nail down descriptive reality of the present, is because I think accurate descriptive reality can get you to better prescriptive solutions. So maybe we can talk about that another time. I sincerely appreciate y'all, and I wish you all well.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Lauren Southern.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me, first of all, Dylan. I know it's a bit controversial. So firstly, to assert that there is a genocide occurring, to assert that there were mass graves found, out of all of the graves that were allegedly found that have been in the media the last few months, not a single body has been exhumed. Not one. And even so, this doesn't mean there aren't necessarily graves or a graveyard, but all of the chiefs in these communities have stated these are not mass graves if they do exist, and they do know about them. The 751 graves found, the Cowessess band, Chief Cadmus Delorme, emphasized that the findings were not from a mass grave, but unmarked graves. The band leader in Kelowna said it was not a mass grave for the 215 graves found there, or potentially. The GPR researchers that did this research said nothing is confirmed until things are dug up. Yet progressive activists and media continue to make the claim of mass graves, and so do our debate opponents, exaggerating what were some potentially absolutely horrific things that happened in the past. And we need to be honest about what has occurred to have a proper conversation while not exaggerating. And unfortunately, this exaggeration has led to legitimate hate crimes and destruction today. And that is unfortunate, and especially unfortunate that people are making excuses for it.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Now, I want to be very clear, right? Counterpoints and Lauren gave their closing statements. At best, I guess you could say that she was insulting them by saying that they are exaggerating claims, right? Yeah. Okay, but it wasn't nasty, right? In fact, Counterpoints apologized to Rabbit, who I don't think he should have fucking apologized to at all.
You never apologize.
He should have never fucking apologized, because that guy's a fucking brainlet. But I just want to be clear. These two were not in any way, shape, or form instigating shit with these two.
Can I ask something real quick?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what's up?
Why is it that they have proof of this, right? That the indigenous leaders even said that these were not mass graves, but individual, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case,
because progressive activists
why are these
because they don't give a shit. Because they don't give a shit.
Here,
they don't give a shit.
That is running in antithesis to what they stand for in giving more of a voice.
No, actually, no. Stop. You're wrong. This is everything white progressives stand for, speaking on behalf of minorities who are too stupid to speak for themselves.
How silly of me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm unclear. Academics, historians, indigenous nations, government agencies, they've been open about this genocide for decades. The Truth and Reconciliation Report was issued 6 years ago. The concession was made that these fires aren't somehow all a conspiracy of Antifa. The concession was made that mass graves are being identified and require further research. The conceit was made that the foster care system is absolutely toxic and therefore the removal policy was unacceptable. And in response, I got rhetorical tactics and a fair amount of shouting because this was fun. Fully mature people learn from their mistakes and move forward. Fully mature people own up to their past. Fully mature people acknowledge that sometimes a priest can accidentally set fire to his own
Rabbit's going to talk
rather
about
than scream at the
here.
person who says that it happened. When members
Fully
of my community
mature
learned that I
people
agreed
back
with
their
the decisions,
shit
they
up.
were appalled. I hope they now at least kind of partially understand why I did.
Okay. Before we throw it over to Lance to wrap it up, I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow we have the Hippie Dippy Roundtable on my show for this Friday. And next week, I had to reschedule due to today's technical difficulties my review of Tariq Nasheed's new movie, Buck Breaking, with Your Movie Sucks, which should be happening hopefully some point next week. Now we're going to throw it over to Lance to wrap
Good job.
Yeah, I don't think there can be any restorative justice as long as the people responsible aren't taking claims for the actions they've done. If I could use a simile, it's kind of like you, Lauren Southern, because ultimately, if you had spent your career rising to become one of the darling children of the alt-right, palling around with people like Brittany Pettibone, Richard Spencer, touring around the globe with someone like, let's say, Stefan Molyneux, who is well known for measuring the skulls of black and white people, spreading the Great Replacement conspiracy, spreading the Great Genocide conspiracy theory, then going on tour spreading both of those conspiracy theories, in addition to going to join that far-right nationalist group, First Europa, and then joining them by shooting flares at immigrants, and doing all of this while at the same time all of it bubbles over and boils over to the point where, at the end of the day, you ultimately led to one of the people contributing towards the Christchurch shooting, who declared that the Great Replacement theory was one of the reasons why they committed the atrocity that they did. Afterwards, you then...
Okay, so she's about to call him out, but let me be very clear. Remember I said this is just like fucking progressives to fucking speak on behalf of minorities and ignore what they fucking say because minorities are too fucking stupid? Another common tactic of the white fucking progressive is to dig up the fucking bodies of my people and scream about Christchurch. Fuck this guy. Honestly, fuck this guy. I am so fucking tired of hearing about fucking Christchurch. Okay? From white fucking progressive declaring everybody's fucking responsible for him. Right? You know what? That guy was a fucking crazy little fucking lunatic. He declared everybody was responsible. I think he said Spiral the fucking Dragon encouraged him to commit those fucking acts. So for this little fucking douchebag who's been nothing but a smug little prick the entire fucking time, did absolutely no research, and completely fucking failed, to then show up and go, by the way, she inspired Christchurch. Stop digging up the bodies of my fucking people and using them as props, you outright little piece of shit. Fuck off. I see white progressives do it all the fucking time. They love dead minorities. They love digging up our bodies and throwing them at their enemies. Fuck Lance, that little racist son of a bitch. I see nothing encourageable about that fucking behavior. Nothing courageous. This little bitch saved it for the end of the fucking stream, and he dug up Muslim bodies to use as fucking weapons because he's that much of a disgusting little creep.
Rigor mortis corpses make perfect shields for him.
And I had to sit here and listen to this little bitch do it. I sit here and listen to this little white bitch do it. And then he fucking sits there and bitches. People took him out of context. They're all racist. No, the only little racist here is a little racist little fucking retard named Lance of the Serfs and his racist little fucking audience who sits there and tolerates that shit. Stop digging up the bodies of fucking minorities so you can use them as political fucking props. You sick, deranged little fuckwad.
Let's entertain the notion that, Lauren Southern could be a racist herself. She still looks more dignified here than what Lance does.
There's nothing dignified about anything the Serfs have done for fucking years. There's nothing fucking dignified. There's nothing to be respected about this fucking bullshit. This little fucking coward at the end of this fucking 2-hour stream, right, decides to drop this shit and dig up Muslim fucking bodies to use as fucking political props. Because that's what every fucking white progressive loves to fucking do. They love digging up minorities and throwing them at their opponents.
Yep.
Because they're sick. Because they're fucking gutless. Because they don't fucking care about us. That's why the chiefs of these tribes, when they say these are not mass graves, when they fucking tell this little white fucking racist that they're not fucking mass graves, he sits there and goes, well, I will speak for you because you can't speak for yourself. Because he's that much of a dirty, little, disgusting racist. You know what? You know what the truth about fucking white progressives is? You know what the truth is? So they speak about white privilege that they have. Replace privilege with fucking supremacy. All this little fuckwad is a little fucking dirty ass racist who really does feel he's superior to everybody else around him, but he feels guilty about it. So he wants to speak up for these poor, stupid, underprivileged brown people. We don't fucking need garbage human beings like Lance speaking on our behalf. We don't need them digging up our fucking bodies. Go fuck yourself, you stupid, gutless, toothless little fucking bitch.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Oh, they'll call me a Nazi? They'll call me... I don't fucking care what this little white little bitch calls me. This fucking racist-ass piece of shit fucking comes out of his fucking mouth. You know what this little fucker would do, right? You know what this little fucker will do? He'll go and beg and snivel and grovel, begging for any fucking minority to speak up for him. And nobody fucking should. So yeah, Lauren then calls this little fuckwad out. And of course, like the little bitch that he is, he ducks out on doing a second debate. Like the little fucking coward that he is. Gutless little fucking loser. When it comes to shit like that, I would insult that fucker to the ends of the earth. Yeah, I will never fucking stop. Zeron, I love your rant. I preach the same thing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I love your rants too, but sometimes Angry Crow is Scary Crow.
Well, hey, this little fucking piece of garbage never wants to come near Angry Crow. Be a lot more than fucking words with this little fucking retard. All right, so guys, let's talk about someone who's far more competent and intelligent than Lance is.
I
know. Look. Lawrence spends the rest of the time calling him a little bitch. Well, he tackles like a little fucking girl.
To answer Aiden's question real quick, Crow is an Arab. How can they call him a Nazi? Probably the same reason why they call people like me a homophobe, or people like
they call Candace Owens a white supremacist. Don't be fucking surprised what these little fucking retards do.
Who's the guy in Comicsgate that they called a white supremacist?
Just some guy.
Yeah, is he like black or Latino?
Black from Chicago. Black from Chicago. Yeah. White dude called the black guy a fucking white supremacist. That's what every fucking white progressive does. They're the most racist, intolerant little pieces of garbage on the planet. Stop. The only minorities these little fuckers respect are the ones that adhere to their ideology. Give them submission, bend the fucking knee, and they will prop you up on their shoulders. Disagree, and they will call you the most intolerant shit you have ever fucking heard. GG Evan, thank you for the super chat. Amen, Reverend Crow. Guys, I'm sorry for shouting. It's just I literally get so heated listening to a white fucking progressive digging up the dead bodies of Muslims and using them as political fucking props. Leave my fucking people out of your fucking intolerant mouth, you piece of fucking garbage.
Yep.
Anyways, let's go into this shit. I want to end this off on something funny, right? I'm sorry for getting very angry there, but I find this motherfucker so disgusting. I couldn't hold it in.
Ma. Oh dear Lord.
We got one more.
How is it that Ricky Berwick can take some of the most... Oh my goodness.
Hey, Sonic 2. What do you want to do today, buddy?
All right, guys, that's it for the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be streaming from now on Tuesday.